It is your PrisonPlanet.tv memberships that fund so much of what we do here on this operation. And then we're more than happy for the TV show after it's aired live, then be leaked out onto the web to tens of millions of people. That's our goal.
Good evening, everybody, or whatever time of day it might happen to be, wherever you are. This is the Alex Jones Radio Show, and it is my pleasure to sit in for Alex. My name is John B. Wells. This is not my usual gig. Normally, you hear me on Coast to Coast AM on Saturday nights, because that's the only place in the week for somebody like me, and I can't think of a better place to be on Friday than with you. This evening, we will discuss several things. On the 15th of September, I mentioned that over the air to a few million of my closest friends, like yourselves, that this whole thing with the Benghazi, Libya embassy attack looked really, really funny to me, particularly after I saw the video, which was about the most haphazard, silly thing I've ever seen. In fact, it was so silly. It looked like it might have even been contrived by the government propaganda office, but that's probably just me looking for a conspiracy behind every blade of grass. So we will discuss a couple of the components that have come to light, which make the whole bloody thing look, well, even bloodier. Then we will also discuss some of the things that the sea life, the animal life, is suffering in the Pacific Northwest as a result of the ongoing problem with Fukushima. Notice first there was the hysteria, then there was the analysis, then there was the audible wondering, and then the news blackout. Well, effective today, this is really, really strange. There is so much material on this, and the fact that it is not making it into mainstream media is both pathetic and at the same time not the least bit surprising. The Fukushima fire is nearly twice as big as originally reported. That's one of them. A nuclear engineer has said a new way to locate Fukushima molten metal means they're expecting to find this stuff very deep in the ground, unless, of course, it's just an experiment. The nuclear-funded Obama nuclear-sponsored Daily Show, nuclear is forgotten as a component in energy future. Oh, boy. Smoke from the Fukushima Daiichi fire visible on webcam footage. And then, of course, there is the fire. Over 4,000 square feet affected near reactor buildings. And it goes on and on and on. Okay. Then, as the election draws near, I mean, are these exciting times or what? Or as the old curse went, are these not interesting times? They're a little bit too interesting, but unfortunately, as Firesign Theater once said, we were all bozos on this bus, so I guess we better just strap in and roll with it, because I don't think there's much of an alternative, even if we could run. Where would we run to? Probably the best thing to do in this situation is run toward each other, and if we have any wagons, then prepare to circle them. As the polls begin to shift more in Mr. Romney's favor and away from President Obama, naturally, and particularly on Infowars.com, all of these reports of threatened unrest over the possibility that the welfare components, beginning with food stamps, may be taken away. I would suggest that only the most feeble-minded would think that suddenly all of the aid is going to vaporize because the incumbent leaves and the new president comes in, but alas, these are the times that we live in. And then, I want to introduce to you a man that I've had the privilege of working with for just a few months now, but just to give you an idea of the sorts of credentials he has, is a 67 graduate of the U.S. Air Force Academy, 72 graduate of the Mississippi State University. In 1982, went to the U.S. Air Force and U.S. Navy and Department of Energy, Nuclear Materials Monitoring and Management. And in 84, Embry-Riddle Overseas University, Aerospace Structures and Power Systems Maintenance. Is it all right if I read this, Don? Okay. His name is Don Heger, USAF SPO Director on the U-2, the TR-1, the SR-71, Senior Guardian, and other black programs. And in fact, it's safe to say he may have a real, no-kidding, Skunk Works ball cap somewhere. He's nodding, he does. So let us just bring him onto the bridge of the Alex Jones radio show, and we're in hour number 17 of the MoneyBomb. Let me tell you about the MoneyBomb real quick. Bomb, NSA keyword, look out. This was started by the listeners 5 years ago, and it enables Alex Jones and his excellent crew of operatives to, well, for one thing, keep the operation running in the event, all right, in the likelihood that there will be an economic interruption of some kind. They're able to go with your contribution 60 days or more, should there be some sort of collapse, and it will financially facilitate the structure of a free-to-air broadcast. That operating capability will be funded by you. So we're not trying to go NPR here or anything, but you talk about listener-supported media, that would be you. If you had not responded, that'd be one thing, but you are responding, because you and I can agree without knowing each other all that well that if you rely on the mainstream media to inform you, you're as well off as if you rely on the government to save you, meaning you're not going to make it. So here he is, Don Heger. Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you, John, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk to the folks a little bit about Alaska, which is my home, and some of the effects that Fukushima appears to start to have on Alaska.
Well, go ahead and go right in. We heard some, we discussed hot tuna on another program that I was on, that apparently they swam from there to here and then back here again, and they all measured positive for cesium.
Well, let me give the folks just a little bit of background. I'm a former high school teacher, counselor. I'm also an aviator and flew the bush for a number of years, and I've been a gold miner and produced gold out of an active claim in an area north of Fairbanks, about 80 miles, that nobody can get to except via airplane.
Right.
What my interests are, I've had an interest in hunting all my life. Originally came to Alaska the first time right after the great earthquake in '64. And finally, it took me 11 years to get my family and myself assigned to Alaska in Fairbanks, Alaska. We actually lived in a small town called North Pole, just across from Santa Claus House, in the woods.
Yeah.
Anyway, during that time, I'm an avid hunter and outdoorsman, love to fish, and what my concern is now is part of my Air Force duties were to run what was called the Atomic Energy Detection System for the National Command Authority through an agency called AFTAC, AVTAC, and it's Air Force Technical Applications Center. And you can look that up on the internet very easy and look at the history of the organization. It came with that name in '77, but it had been in existence since the mid to early 40s, and it was a response by the government and the Air Force, and that was the Army Air Force at that point in time, to develop scientific knowledge and monitor nuclear developments. And I'm happy to say that agency is in place and continuously running. And they've really done a great job. One of these days, they'll declassify it enough so that everybody can see what it has done for the U.S. and the world. Anyway, my job in the late 70s, early 80s was to run that system for the Air Force. It involved ground stations, hydroacoustic stations where we could detect any nuclear underground or underwater explosion, and then airborne sensors and outer space sensors so that we could take care of anything atmospheric or exoatmospheric. What's so interesting about it was that part of my duties were to occasionally fly sampling missions across the North Pole at 500 feet, all the way to the UK, and then turn around the next day and come back at 1,500 feet. And those were called background flights. And those things have happened, to my knowledge, and I left the Air Force in 1987, but up through 1987, they were done every week. And so there's a detailed chemical radiological history of the polar region, and actually almost all over the globe, because it's very important to find out what is naturally occurring in the environment. That operational air sampling activity is set in motion anytime we have an alert or an event, and our detectors underwater, in space, or underground tell us that there's been a nuclear detonation. From there, we circle the wagons, get the forces in place to sample the atmosphere at all altitudes. Airplanes originally were the B-29, and that, by the way, captured the first debris from the Russian test. And they've evolved all the way through a WC-135B, which is a special Boeing 707 modified with very long-range engines and refueling capability, through a U-2, and that's my other job that I've had, is flying that U-2 and associated with that program for 11 years.
After hearing just the number of aircraft and the types of aircraft that you've flown, I fancy myself an aviator. Compared to you, I'm about as much of an aviator as a kid was with a balsa wing glider that he got for 69 cents at the corner store.
Well, that's so funny, John, because I've got 3 grandchildren that live in Longview, Texas right now, and what did I do except get them 3 rubber band balsa wood airplanes.
That's where it starts.
And we played with those the last 2 days.
Those things can be trouble. You might wind up in the cockpit of a U-2. Say, that's some aircraft.
It is an interesting airplane. A lot has not been released on it yet, and everybody says, well, gee, that's a Gary Powers 1954 design airplane, and a lot of people don't know that it's been put back into production and improved 3 times over its lifetime. The last U-2 was delivered in '89, and the new engine has been put in the airplane, and it's quite a fantastic performer. It certainly outlasted the pilot when I was flying without refueling, and it significantly improved the range again. So it's an all-weather reconnaissance airplane extraordinaire, and they're still flying.
When you were making these measurements, can you say what aircraft you were in when you were doing these low-altitude passes?
Well, the low-altitude passes were done in a WC-135B, and they use a sampling system and a detection system that in real time can locate radioactivity.
1,500 feet?
500 feet over the ice.
500 feet over the ice.
And 1,500 feet, because that's normally where the debris would be, but that airplane goes up and can be up to 38,000 feet sampling.
And were you able to
detect,
look at the measurements after they'd been taken? You saw that data?
Oh yes, not only that, one of my duties in my outfit that I commanded had a preliminary laboratory that we now did an analysis on the debris, both gaseous and particle, and by our detection methods, we purified and then decided whether that debris warranted forwarding down to the main laboratory in California or to the other nuclear facilities in the U.S.
Mm-hmm. So, well, did you find any dangerous levels? In other words, radiation is such a mystery to most people. We know that it's naturally occurring. We also know that men and some women will get in there and mess with it, make it more powerful, and then sometimes it gets loose, either through an explosion or a leak or a meltdown or something. So how much should we be glowing by now?
Well, let me try to give a little bit of basics without going back into my science teaching
Please.
background. Basically, radiation is naturally occurring. That's what keeps us alive right now. That sun out there does a really good job for us. The amount of radiation we get helps us. We need vitamin D from the sunlight, for instance, to keep us healthy. You don't get enough of it, you get very sick. In fact, that's some of the issues that the health physics people are telling us now, that as old people, and I qualify as one of those,
Right behind you.
basically need a lot of vitamin D to keep healthy and cancer-free. Everybody's been exposed to radiation. If you've gotten a sunburn, you've gotten a radiation burn. Normally, the amount of radiation you get, let's just use a factor of 1 on the surface, is not a significant issue in your life unless you go to a sun tanning booth or you're a lifeguard and sit out without any UV protection for a long time. If you live up in Denver, believe it or not, your radiation levels are higher. And that's because there's less of the atmosphere screening that radiation out. If you go higher still and you're flying in your 747 or 737 or your A310 Airbus, you get normally about 10 times more radiation than you would if you're sitting on the ground. If you go up to a higher altitude where the SR-71 and U-2 fly, it's 100 times more. And if you get into outer space, there's no shielding at all. And I'm sure everybody has probably seen a news article about the solar flares that are happening and how the people in the space station have a hiding place that they can get to that's super shielded, hopefully, to reduce their exposure to radiation. But they also have a parked capsule there, so if they need to abandon it, they can get out of there quick and get safe.
Yeah, a lot of times I'll get an email going, X-class solar flares coming, great big coronal mass ejection happening and all that. So these really are a source of concern.
They are not only a source of concern, but a source of an intense study because of the possible health effects, and probably more important, the electrical grid effects that it'll have on our electrical system and power production, obviously in the U.S.
Yeah, that grid was taken down in the 70s by a big flare.
Yes, and that was a fairly, when I say localized, meaning, maybe a 300-mile diameter circle got hit pretty hard by one of those flares and, the coronal ejection. What is my concern right now, and I'll delve into that right away, is that part of my training was response as a senior Air Force officer to nuclear disasters, be them an accidental discharge of a bomber someplace or dropping the bombs, an explosion in a silo where the missile warhead was located and went through a fire, or a production plant that goes bad. Well, the issue there is that it's my belief at this point in time that we're really ill-prepared for the possibility of an electrical interruption. Most of those power plants in my day were required to keep no more than about 2 weeks of electrical power generation integral to their facility that was protected. And I used to live on Kodiak Island when I was teaching school. The weather occasionally would make it 10 days between the time that we could get either medevac or mail in or a boat into our area. And so a lot of people in Alaska are very, very concerned that if the electrical grid goes down, there's factors like in the housing units of the base that I live on, the water in the toilets will be frozen at about the 6-hour point and start to freeze. And so there's total evacuation plans for the non-essential personnel due to environmental conditions that are in place. I don't see that same planning and support being made in our major cities. And it just takes one power interruption like we saw due to that terrible natural disaster in Japan, a Fukushima-like event, to really cause a lot of economic and cancer problems, death, and destruction in an area. And if we ever do get hit by one of these major solar flares, and it would have to be a very major one, it could take out a number of power production facilities for nuclear plants, and I'm not sure that a Fukushima-type disaster would not happen. The planning that we had in those courses was that we all believed that within a week we could get on site, no matter how bad the earthquake or the hurricane or whatever event was causing that. And if you look at a major hurricane, you can see that sometimes it takes 2, 3, 4 days to get to survivors. And so at the time, that EM pulse was not thought to be that great of an issue. As science has progressed, we've learned that it could be a big issue, and that normally once every 100 to 120 years, we have one of these big events. And the one you described earlier in Canada was not a big event. It was a medium-sized event.
All right, so this is stuff that we cannot control. And then, of course, you know, I'm all over the place here, but I mentioned sometime earlier, in fact, it was the last time I was on Alex Jones' radio show, that why is the world not running to Japan to help them, number one, and should we feel some guilt over the fact that our desire for things, cars, stereos, Walkman, that's all, I just dated myself, should we feel some guilt over the fact that it's like, look, you know, you can become rich and profit, you know, Empire of Japan all over again, only this time instead of military, it'll be financial. We will buy your products, because America has largely become a nation of consumers, certainly to a measurable degree, and a pretty good size one. So should we feel guilt over the fact that our desires for these material things cause them to produce, to construct 50 or 52 nuclear power plants on that tiny little island compared to the rest of the world in an area known for earthquakes and tsunamis?
Okay, well, you're probably not going to like my response. First of all, I'm a supporter of nuclear power.
Okay.
I really think it's the wave of the future, and possibly fuel cell technology and hydrogen is a much better wave. But you're going to need a nuclear capability to generate that kind of level of power to produce your hydrogen. And we can talk more at a later date about hydrogen airplanes and nuclear-powered airplanes and all of those really strange things.
Oh, boy.
The interesting part of this, and why I support nuclear, you have what we call short period and long period events. A short period event occurs regularly, and we all use gasoline. I'm sure that every state within the last month has had a fuel truck or a tanker or a gas station have a major fire, and there's probably 2 or 3 deaths out of that. The nuclear plant, however, is a long period event, and that is normally it was designed so that it could continue to run through earthquakes and storms and even terrorist protection for the most part. But what we're finding is that as the world progresses, the ability of individuals to interrupt things has gotten greater and greater and greater, and where we thought the threshold was, 20 years ago or 25 years ago when I was in that business directly, has now changed. You watch armored vehicles be pierced or ambassadors be killed when he was in a pretty protected environment, but you get enough people and enough destructive power, and you can really cause a problem. And that's part of my concern about being prepared from a national standpoint. Let me get a little more specific about my Alaska experiences. I mentioned earlier that I was assistant guide. I have a son that is a full-fledged guide. I used to fly people in to hunt and fish. And so I'm really a consumer of wildlife and fish. a lot of the people, especially the natives in Alaska, have what's called a subsistence living style, where they count on the salmon and the moose and the caribou and the bear and all of those things that are on land or sea, the clams, the different sea life, the different varieties of fish form the basis of their diets. What my concern is that right after Fukushima, and again, you've got to look at my background, when a nuclear test went off in Russia or China, part of my duties were to get an airplane to that debris and sample it to try to gather the intelligence out of that. Well, as a fact, we learned very quickly, since 1945, where those outflows or flow patterns go. And for instance, in Alaska's case, they start over from Japan, over all those test sites, either in China or Russia, and they come out in a two-pronged area, one directly over Kodiak Island, the other over Point Barrow. And again, these are a little bit variable due to weathers and fronts and so forth. But the majority of time, those outflows come there. So anything that happened over Fukushima, probably 2 days later, and you remember in World War II, Japanese had rice paper balloons that they put incendiary devices on and floated them over and tried to start forest fires in the Pacific Northwest.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, well, that nuclear debris, whether it's a bomb or it comes from a nuclear reactor, is an outflow and it comes over that area. We basically did a lot of research in the early 80s and 90s to try to define those trajectories, and we now know those. We have less information because of the size of the ocean. It's basically 3 times more water than there is land.
Sure.
And there's a lot less movement on water than there is on land. And so the amount of trajectories in the water are not known as well. But because of our submarine fleet, I know that the Navy has that information. Now, my concern is, and this is strictly as a hunter, fisherman, gatherer, subsistence guy, I'm retired, and I go down to dig clams. I've dug clams for years and years and years as an Alaska resident. Normally, I'm allowed to get 40 at a time. I went out twice in 2 months, once in April, once in May, and got 2 clams one time and 3 another time, and they were really juvenile. And I called up Fish and Game and said, gee, I'm concerned something has happened to our clam population on the Kenai Peninsula where we were fishing. That concerned me. A little later, we have numerous reports of our sea life, particularly the larger mammals, having lesions and scars, and they can't define why they have these huge sores on them. And I'm not sure that there's been a conclusive report on that yet. That's followed by the major tourist activity in the Kenai Peninsula during the summer is king fishing. World record salmon are pulled out of that river, and it is really an economic boon to that Kenai Peninsula and the local area.
Yeah.
They canceled the season this year halfway through because the return didn't come back in the numbers that were required to even sustain the population. And so though those things put together caused our senators, Senator Bagich and Murkowski, to go forward and say, gee, we're now seeing this debris from Fukushima starting to wash up on our shores in Alaska, and please, let's sample this. Let's look at it and see if it presents a danger to either the marine life or to the people living on the coast. And I left Alaska to come down to Texas about 40 days ago, but at that time there was a discussion that they'd granted $100,000 for testing for the whole state.
$100,000.
And that'll pay for one airplane for a few days, or one boat for a month.
Oh, boy. Well, I'll tell you what. Alex Jones, Radio Show Command. Would we like to take a little break now? Because if we would, we can certainly do that. And I'll tell you what, folks, do something here. This is an opportunity to do something good for yourself. Call 877-789. Wait a minute. Is this the right number? Hold on. I've got it here somewhere. I'll find it anyway. What's that? 253-3139. Okay, that's all right. That's 888, yep. All right, yeah. This is what's fun about being in the chair. You can pretty much do what you want. Ooh, look, I'm going to roll it. Okay, here we go. The correct number to call is 888-253-3139. 888-253-3139. No kidding. You don't have to bust the bank to do this, but contribute to the Money Bomb. This will ensure that no matter what happens, I mean, other than the whole planet being obliterated, that Alex Jones and his crew will be able to carry on, regardless of what happens in the event of a bank holiday or anything else like that. I want to mention again, they have in the works a free-to-air satellite broadcast, and their operational capability could be extended as much as 60 days, possibly more, with your help. We are down to about 16 hours and change here, so call that 888-253-3139 and just make a little contribution. Doesn't have to be huge, doesn't have to be anything that you'll be uncomfortable with, just a little something. It all adds up. Now, Control, did you tell me we can take a break now? Because if we can, we shall. All right. All right, now when we come back, let's talk about some preparedness. Let's talk about some equipment we can have on hand to tilt the field in our favor just a little bit. And then let's talk about arms dealing and Ambassador Chris Stevens. And then seg into potential civil unrest. We don't do fluff here. This is the Alex Jones Radio Show. This is the Alex Jones Radio Show. John B. Wells sitting in for Alex at this moment. And again, let me just remind you, I got the number correct this time. I don't know, these computers. Ever since I started into this talking on the Alex Jones Radio Show and doing Coast to Coast AM, I have just unending little computer anomalies, including the old disappearing page. Of course, that could be just user error. Anyway, the correct number is 888-253-3139. Just make a little contribution. You'll be glad you did, because if there's one of two things that need to remain on the air, I won't mention the other one because it's his show. And that would be the Alex Jones Radio Show, and also Infowars.com, PrisonPlanet.tv. Make a visit to the Infowars store. There's a lot of very cool stuff there that will help you sustain yourself here on an increasingly dangerous planet Earth. Back with Don Heger here. Is there, okay, alpha radiation you can block with a sheet of paper. Beta radiation, you need about a foot of something. But gamma radiation is bad news.
Yeah, gamma radiation is bad news. A piece of tinfoil actually will stop the beta. And without going into any technical details, that probably leads us to the survival issues and how does one protect ourselves.
Well, it's in the nuts. It's in the fish.
Yes.
You're going to need to peel everything if the stuff gets on your tomatoes. You can't eat the whole thing.
You need to wash it.
So what do you do? What kind of gear do you pack? You carry a Geiger counter where you go.
Yeah, I do.
Because?
Yeah, because of the training I've received. And my concern that if something really drastic did happen, I'd sure like to protect my family and those people around me and save them.
I mentioned that I used to get this wonderful tea out of Japan. And very beautiful tea. And I'd have a little meditational thing in the morning, drink tea, kind of collect my thoughts for the day around 6:30, 6:45, and then roll into it. And I thought, I wonder. So I pulled out my Geiger counter, checked the background, showed nothing, and then I waved it around by the little powdered tea that I just put in the cup. And it immediately spiked up to 2.5.
Okay.
This is not good, is it?
Well, it's above background.
Yes.
And so let me explain really quickly. Most of the scales go up by tens, and that's called a logarithmic scale. And like I said, if you're flying high altitude in a 747 going to Australia, you're probably getting 10 to 15 times the normal radiation you would if you were out on a California beach.
So if you're carrying this thing with you, you got it turned on, you're going to see it spike.
Yes.
When you're at altitude.
But I'm sure TSA is really going to wonder what's going on there.
Yeah.
But so the people, and we used to fly, our missions were very long missions, and folks like flight attendants or pilots of long duration, high flying jetliners are getting exposed. And the bottom line is that they're not showing a really large increase that is even statistically significant in their cancer rates. And so the conclusion is at this point that that's not really an issue.
Right.
Where it became an issue for airliners was when there was atmospheric testing going on. And I can give you examples. When I was a high flyer, we'd put on the gear to test it, or we could warn the Concorde when it was flying, because it was a high altitude airplane. We knew where the debris was from the most recent atmospheric test, and so we guided them around it. That's a very positive thing that the National Command Authority and the government did for each other.
Okay.
And by the way, I have to thank the English people. They've been our allies and shared so much with us. And I think we will find in the coming years that in the Middle East, England is a real strong, staunch ally. Now, the reason I say that is that two of my assignments in the early to mid 80s were either in Europe or the Middle East. And so I've had a chance literally to see the Holy Lands and Egypt and all of those other countries from above.
Seen the headwaters of the Nile and all that.
Oh, all of that. And so it's really quite an interesting experience. And one of these days we'll discuss what a neat impression one gets when you're up that high.
Yeah.
But from a radiological standpoint, the debris at high altitude goes very quickly around the world. The debris at high altitude lingers for a very long time, and so it wasn't uncommon when I was flying the U-2 to see a significant rise on my instrumentation in the airplane from an event that happened 6, 8, 10 months ago.
Really?
Now, the remainder, the lower levels of the atmosphere are cleansed by the water droplets and clouds and the rainfall, or the snow if you're in a colder climate, that basically leaches that out of the atmosphere and deposits that on the ground.
Where the stuff is grown that we eat.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
And so what you described, John, if it was a scale on 1 to 10 and it went up to 2.5, that's still almost in a background level. I think we can go out and probably go down and find a coffee machine and put it next to it, and it might read 3,
Right.
and then the can of raviola might be 4, and then back the lettuce is 1. And so those levels aren't going to be harmful to you. But now let me divert and say, part of the training I got as a combat crew member in Strategic Air Command, and it's now Air Combat Command, was global survival for its pilots and crew members after the balloon went up if we fought a nuclear war. And we were basically taught to hide out for about 10 days, because at the end of the 10th day, all of what are called short-lived nuclides or isotopes that are really going to harm you and be very radioactive had decayed down to the point that it was safe to move around. You would, at that point, be no more exposed than somebody working as a nurse in an X-ray room or somebody in a nuclear power plant that does general maintenance. And so it's at a safe level. The issues then become, do you ingest the radioactive material? And you can do that in several forms. Most of you recognize what a Coleman lantern is from the old days before LEDs.
Oh, yeah.
the material that makes that mantle glow is called thorium, and it's radioactive. It is a strong alpha emitter, and so when you actually burn that mantle to first get it ready to run the lantern, it puts off a fairly significant amount of radioactivity.
And this would be alpha
This
particles.
is the alpha particles.
Okay.
And you can stop those again with a sheet of printer paper.
But if you inhale them,
But if you inhale them, quite another story. They reside in the moisture in the tissues in the lungs, and it's every bit equal to or worse than smoking. And so the people that regulate radiation looked at those mantles and say, well, gee, how many of these mantles is a normal adult going to light off in their lifetime? And they came up, I believe, with the number somewhere around 6 to 8. And they said, well, gee, comparatively, the odds of increasing your cancer risk are very, very, very remote as long as you don't inhale the fumes that are coming directly off that mantle when it's burning.
well, suppose you were to eat a big chunk of bluefin tuna that had trace elements of cesium in it.
Okay,
Is that a different deal?
that is a totally different deal.
And how serious is that?
Well, it depends on how much cesium, whether
How much is in the fish and how much you ate?
Yeah,
Right.
and we talk about cesium, we talk about strontium, and to give you an example, when I was growing up, everybody's probably heard of Hanford. I lived in Spokane, Washington. Hanford, Washington is west about 150 miles. There were times when they were producing nuclear fuel that radioactivity would be released and escaped, and it would fall on the pasture lands around Spokane, and their EPA at the time would, or the Nuclear Regulatory Commission would be probably a better description, would say, gee, the fallout level is so high from the production at Hanford that we don't want you drinking the milk. And I can remember several times as a youngster not being able to drink milk because there was an alert on the milk and it wasn't safe to drink. Okay, I'm still kicking at 67.
Gotcha.
Okay, so if I had drunk that, I would say the odds were that I wouldn't have had been affected. But if you look at 1,000 kids, probably there'd be one extra cancer death due to that strontium-90 or the cesium or whatever is precipitated by the rainfall down to the passenger or to the pastor.
The thing that confuses me a little bit is that when the Chernobyl incident occurred back in the 80s, there were supposed to be, it was reported that there were a lot of extra deaths. And along the Pacific Northwest, there were supposed to be 14,000 extra deaths. They called them extra deaths. And then it went up to like 24,000. So I'm trying to draw some sort of a conclusion between radiation is radiation no matter what. But if you're in a high-flying airplane and you get a dose, well, I guess it's because you eventually land. It's your prolonged exposure to it that's the problem. So if you have it in your water and you have a little in your air and then you have some in the nuts that you're eating, now this begins to add up.
It accumulates, but let's talk a little bit about Chernobyl and the effects of Chernobyl. If you don't take precautions like washing, peeling, washing your fruit, peeling the potatoes, and guarding against sources that ingest a lot of that radiation, and then naturally it becomes part of the food product. If you take those precautions, you're safe. Now, you mentioned 24,000 people. I bet you there were 24 million people that in the western states, and 24,000 compared to 24 million is, the odds are very low that it's going to affect you. Now, if you're the affected one, you're really not a happy camper about this.
Yeah, and most of those extra deaths were people 1 year or younger.
Yes.
So, yeah.
So, there is an impact, and it's like everything else. We continue to burn petroleum in our cars. You filled up this morning.
Yep.
And I don't give it a second thought as I sniff some of that benzene coming off, and I go ahead and travel in my automobile, which is a far more higher risk than the explosion out of the gasoline in the tank.
Right.
And so it's a cost-benefit kind of economic decision with radiation. Now, again, where I'm concerned is that in the case of, I mentioned earlier, the SST flying, by the way, they flew out of Lebanon, and Beirut used to be the most beautiful city that you can believe. It was really the Paris of the Middle East, and that's why they had these high-speed supersonic passenger jets going in and out. But we would have to alert them if there was an increased exposure, and they obviously wanted to avoid that.
Yeah.
That's why in 1963, President Kennedy imposed, along with Russia's agreement and all the nuclear powers, a limited test ban treaty that says, hey, we aren't going to do it atmospheric-wise.
Right.
And that's why we're upset when a Korea or an India or a Pakistan or possibly an Iran sets off one of these, because we know the harmful effects. Part of my career, I had the privilege of working with two navigators that had actually dropped nuclear weapons for tests on the United States at the Nevada Proving Grounds. And believe it or not, both of those gentlemen were in the nuclear monitoring prevention business, because they knew and saw what would happen with nuclear weapons.
Okay. Speaking of nuclear weapons in the Middle East, how do you figure that bomb with Iran's coming along?
Not good.
No.
Not good at all. My concern is, and again, let me give you a little bit of background, that second assignment in the Middle East was about 85 miles from Beirut. And our job was to monitor the peace accords from the 74 Egyptian, Iraqi, Syrian war. And we did that. But during that period of time where I was commander, we basically had hijackings take place. And I want to speak to this in two areas. One, from the standpoint of intelligence and national reporting and the responses to that, and then the other about a kind of a mentality in the Middle East about their religious beliefs when they go extreme, just like ours go extreme.
Yep.
And it isn't safe for anybody. I am concerned that Iran is moving very quickly towards their goal of having nuclear weapons, and they've stated so clearly that they're going to use them. And I hope our president, which he has stated very, very, very clearly that they're not going to allow that to happen. I'm not sure, in the light of most recent political reporting and events, whether I have confidence in that anymore, but it is a goal that we all must pursue. Now, let me go back to, we started talking about one other thing, and I want to talk about environmental preparedness.
Yes.
I used to live basically 28 miles south of Fairbanks, Alaska, in a place called North Pole. And that's just the name of the city. That's where all the post office was for the kids to send their Santa Claus letters in.
Yep.
Well, during the wintertime, when it's 30 or 40 below, and after about 10 o'clock at night during those years, there weren't a whole lot of cars on the road. And the cars of that day were not as reliable. And so if I were going to take my family into town to shop in the afternoon, I would make sure that I had sleeping bags for all of them, that I had a heat source, like a camp stove, water, because we'd need water, and some kind of communications. This is way before cell phones, and so we had VHF aircraft radios or CB radios, and you planned on your car braking, knowing that if after 2 hours you're in a tremendously difficult Arctic survival situation. Well, our climates and our situation is totally different when we're on a road system, and we have a lot of neighbors and emergency response teams here. The problem is that I see, and I just came down again, a short time ago from Alaska, is that there are so many people, and I watch how the highways are clogged in Dallas, and I have real withdrawal problems.
Yeah.
Thinking about if we did have an environmental disaster where we had to get the folks out of Dallas, it wouldn't be a pretty situation, and then where would they go? And so that means that we all are probably going to have to hunker down. And so in Alaska, I'm prepared for at least 60 days of independence. I have a water purification system. I store 20 gallons of water. At the first hint of power going out, I've got a generator that I can hook in, and I fill the bathtub up with water. And everybody says, well, gee, that's really, you're strange. But if you don't take those precautions and you don't have it, you can't get it. And so we pack and separate clothing and put it in a location away from a potential fire, because if you run out in your nightgown at 20 below,
Got a problem.
we've got frostbite that we don't want. And then we have enough food and particularly water for the short term to stay healthy. And then all of a sudden you can't do things like use your flush toilet. That water is better drank if it's in the tank up above and hasn't been through the bowl.
Right.
But then the solution that sounds gross, but you get one of those nice garbage bags, plastic and black and very strong, and you use that for your toilet. And you can use your toilet, bowl
Until the bag is full.
until the bag is full, and then you tie it up and hope it doesn't leak and run with it.
Put a clothespin on your nose and carry it outside.
The other thing is heat. In Alaska, we have to have a heat source. And so there's a secondary, if you have oil heat, you will automatically have either a catalytic heater or a fireplace. Fireplaces aren't very efficient, but they work beautifully down in the lower 48. Things like having enough fuel. A gas can nowadays for 5 gallons of gas costs you $10, and to fill it's $25. But if you put that $100 away, you're not going to have to run down to the gas station. It is also a source of communications and heat, radio that you can listen to. And once things settle down, it's transportation away from where you want to get away. So we store fuel and in gas cans. And what we do is once a year cycle it through to make sure that we utilize it and put fresh in.
And keeping in mind that not everybody is going to be as prepared, when it comes to those things that you think might be important for your survival, nobody really needs to know where your stuff is except for you. And you kind of keep your head down. Don't be burning the house full of lights if the rest of the neighborhood is dark. I mean, this sounds rudimentary and almost moronic, but it's true. Don't attract attention to yourself.
Well, that's it. And then you obviously need protection for your family. And probably more important and significant is a plan where you're going to rally. You've all been through fire drills, and they say, hey, we have an assembly point. We're going to count noses and make sure everybody got out at this point, upwind from where the fire is, so that you're not in danger. Well, the same thing holds true for a family. And I've got family, 2 families in Alaska still, one in Longview, Texas, another one at Norfolk Naval Air Station. And we have discussed and have a written plan that says this is how we're going to get in contact with each other. And if we haven't done so within this period of time, then I'll be concerned and send out search parties or help.
We've lived such a good life in the United States for so many years, thanks in no small part to United States strategic defense entities.
And the motto was peace is our profession, and it's peace through strength.
Yes. We seem to, let's go ahead and go out on the clothesline here. We can finish up with radiation rather quickly. So the reason that you carry a counter with a Geiger counter with you is that you look at it every once in a while and you know what the backgrounds are. But if these background levels start looking not like the normal background levels that you're getting, Well, then what do? You tune in your radio and go, well, what, did something happen somewhere or something? Why is this thing going up? So you tap it and you go, no, there's nothing wrong with it. All right, let's say that you are just a regular guy. You've got it in your little kid bag, got a flashlight, and your old shooting iron, or whatever it is you carry in your bag, whatever. And you look at this thing and you see it going up. What's the very next thing that you do?
Okay, the first thing is, what is the rate of increase? Okay, if I've prepared correctly, I am going to close off my house, go into an inner room, tape the doors shut, and have enough supply in there to hopefully wait out at least 48 hours, and if necessary, in the absolute worst case, that 10-day I talked about.
Mm-hmm.
And I stay there protected. At the end of 10 days, I know it's safe to go outside. Now, if it's biological, you know, all bets are off.
Forget about it, yeah.
Yeah, it's hopefully your immune system is really good.
Or you've got your little white suit handy.
Yeah. Now, if it's chemical, during that period of time, chemical agents normally disperse very quickly. If it's a powdered form, it's going to wash away. And so we want to stay clean. And if any of the folks had experience in chem suits or, you know, booties, you see they wear booties, they throw that stuff away like raincoats and rain pants and then wash down. And that normally will take care of that kind of agent.
You don't strike me as any kind of an alarmist, but I got the feeling over our conversations over the last several days that, and going back to what I said about we've lived so well for so long here, the odds almost compel that an incident will occur at some point.
Well, I am, forgive me, very pessimistic. I was in the nuclear business for a long time, you know, two-tour in Vietnam kind of guy, and I've seen the worst of the worst. We have the best of the best right now, regardless of your political beliefs.
Yep.
And what I'm concerned with is that I see a rate of change that isn't right. The speed of problems coming up and the magnitude of those problems is just gigantic. And I personally am telling my family members, prepare. Get a food supply in. Get a water supply in. Dust off your plan. Go down and spend $45 for your little UHF radios so that you can talk to each other, and just throw them in a glove box of the car so that when the cell phone net goes out,
Which it will.
and the telephones don't work, and there's no electrical power, you can talk to each other and communicate, and then know where you're going to assemble.
Ham radio is not a bad idea either, even an underdash.
No, that's great. Hams in all of the disasters have been the significant communication point.
What do you think the chances are? I'm looking at this this whole thing with the ambassador, Christopher Stevens, and you know, there's been all sorts of stuff circulate about him, how his an alleged lifestyle, how this alleged lifestyle may have led to him being targeted in some way, and blah blah blah. And then there was the whole deal about the video, and then that ridiculous second debate. It's like, yes, Mr. President, you did say something to the effect that we're not going to, I'm paraphrasing here, we're not going to roll over for any act of terrorism. Now, this car bomb went off in Beirut. We're just talking about Beirut. The White House has immediately declared it's a terrorist attack, but it took 2 weeks. I think if I'd been Romney, I would have said, oh, wait. You're right. You did use the expression act of terrorism or act of terror. However, what's the deal with the next 2 weeks? When half the people in your staff, you're the one where the buck stops, and Secretary Clinton said, and Susan Rice said, and blah, blah, that's all about a video. And now it seems that there may be some arms dealing to further stir up the goo. What do you got, Don?
Well, this is difficult, John.
I know.
You know.
Nobody likes to make a pontification or a prediction, then have it turn out to be just bollocks.
No.
But let's give it a shot.
Okay, well, let me give again a little bit of background in some of these hijackings and tell you about my responsibilities when I was in the Middle East as a senior Air Force commander at that location. Basically, if a hijacking occurred or a significant event that I injured one of my pilots or contractors or something significant happened to that operation, I had 20 minutes to report that. And that went directly to Headquarters Air Force, to my major command, and to the ultimate White House sit room.
Yep.
And so unless they canceled all of that in the last 20 years, there is absolutely no doubt in my mind that they've improved the system. It didn't take 20 minutes. They had real-time reporting of what was going on, and if things were right, they could actually probably see what was going on.
Yeah, the surveillance capabilities of CIA and NSA and whoever else is up there that I don't know about, what they could read the small print on a pack of cigarettes from 10 miles up 30 years ago, I suppose they can count the hairs on your hand from 100 miles now.
Well, I wouldn't go that far,
Okay.
but there's significant capability that allows us in what's called near real time to monitor, and you've seen that in many, many movies.
Sure, the terrorists go, okay, the satellite is due to come over,
Yeah.
we must put the AKs, put in the tent, camouflage everything normal. Okay, satellite is gone, resume shooting.
Well, but that's changed now because there's infrared and multispectral, and so we can look through the tent and say, gee, they just stacked 3 AK-47s in the tent.
I'll say it for you so you don't have to. I'll go out on the clothesline. Here I go. They knew what happened. They could see what was happening, and that information got transmitted to the proper authority probably within the hour.
I would almost bet my life on it. If they didn't, then they had left a message about don't bother me.
Just put your hand up and go, wait a minute, let me go back to what I was saying the moment that I go ADD on you and take you off down another road. But it's like, why do I get the feeling that the entire Middle East is melting down and that our president's persuasions, for whatever reason, seem to aid and abet this? What is our policy in the Middle East? And then let's go back to this arms deal that may have resulted in Stevens getting whacked.
And I'm speaking now as a representative of Don Heger, the Alaskan.
Yes.
Not anything else.
Has nothing to do with anybody except us.
But my experience in that region, at the levels that I was at with intelligence, and that involved multinational intelligence, is that we knew what was going on. We knew how to find people, and if we didn't, you didn't stay employed.
Is this a bad time to bring up bin Laden? Some people say he died 10 years ago.
Well, I wasn't there, but I know that I was extremely disappointed that they put SEAL Team 7 at risk by disclosing who they are and how they operated.
Just being a natural cynic, Missouri-born Texan and all of that, I can't imagine that a SEAL would write a book about his experiences on a raid as recently as that. I can't imagine a SEAL going rogue. I just can't imagine it. Is it possible, or is it like what I think it is?
Well, I don't think that's a proper description. Forgive me.
No, it's all right.
But I think that there's so much contradictory information out there that you reach a point where you just can't stand it anymore, and you say, no more conjecture, people. I was there. This is how the events went down. And if you say that isn't true, you weren't there.
Gotcha. Well, I'm still a little bit confused about 2 Black Hawks go in and 1 Black Hawk leaves with everybody on board. I didn't think there was enough room.
Well, there isn't, but they had, I believe, CH-47s close by.
Okay. All right.
So.
All right. I'm always, the thing about it is that, and I'm sure the listening audience can relate to this one, there is so much just absolute nonsense that's transparent when you see it. Then it gets a little bit better and a little bit more believable. By the end of maybe not the end of the day, but by the end of the week, you can't believe anything that you hear.
Well, and let me tell you this. In my Air Force career and my civilian flying career, I never saw an official make a decision that was illogical based on the information they had. Okay, now in my view, we see the President and the State Department making what appear to be very illogical statements that persist for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
there is a reason, and it's got to be a gigantic reason that happened. And I can't speculate because I don't know what caused that, but I can tell you everybody that's dealt at that level knows what the systems are. I'm amazed that the senators and the congressmen have not jumped harder on those issues, just like the issue of gun running, or gun walking, I guess you would call.
Oh, yeah.
And you say, why in the world would people do this? There is a reason they did it. The reason may not be valid, and that's one other belief, and that is when you're in a situation where you're all-powerful as a commander or as a president or as a senator, sometimes you get so narrowly focused that you lose sight of reality. You want to shoot the messenger rather than take care of the problem.
Yeah.
And I don't know what the situation is. I would say that right after the election, we're all going to find out what happened.
Well, just like this thing right here, how U.S. Ambassador Chris Stevens may have been linked to jihadist rebels in Syria. The official position is that the U.S. has refused to allow heavy weapons into Syria, but there's growing evidence that U.S. agents, particularly murdered Ambassador Chris Stevens, were at least aware of heavy weapons moving from Libya to jihadist Syrian rebels. So, I'll say it. I'll guess at it. So, maybe Ambassador Stevens was in the know, and maybe this was becoming one of those things that might come to light, and maybe he just decided to pull the plug on the operation. Maybe that's when he got a visit.
Well, let me relay a funny incident that happened to me when I was commander. You always, as a commander, want to let your troops have a symbol or identify with something that gives a little bit of spirit to the organization. Our airplanes were all black, no tail numbers.
Yes.
We weren't supposed to identify our airplanes uniquely. My group put a Snoopy on the tail of my black airplane, and it had resided there for about 6 months. Okay, I think everything's cool.
Right.
All of a sudden, I'm called up to my supervision, and a picture of my airplane in flight with Snoopy on board, on the tail, is given to me, and the statement was the Russian ambassador handed this to our ambassador.
Oh, no.
Would you kindly correct the problem? Okay.
Gotcha.
We got you. So it's a funny situation. There's sometimes very polite dealings, but I just know that there's communication up and down channels, and that believe it or not, they really do talk to each other, whether the mic is on or not.
It's interesting. What you were saying a while ago about when you're in a position of power. I think what you're saying is no matter what you're involved in, you're going to adopt that, not just mindset, but to use an old hippie expression, a mind trip, meaning it'll just take you anywhere you want to go. And you will become victimized by your own closed mind trip to where you really can't see outside.
Well, you're so motivated by the objective that you're trying to make that you throw safety and all caution to the wind because you said it and you're the authority. And so you try to make it happen.
Okay. All right. Alex Jones' radio show rolls on. Tell me, Alex Jones Control, do we need to take another little break here? Oh, I like that. We don't have to. So let's just keep rolling. Tell you what, the election. I'm thinking it's going to be worse than Carter. I'm thinking that Romney's going to walk with this one. One of the reasons that I think that Romney may walk with this one is because the usefulness of the current one has been spent. He's attracting too much attention to himself, and the great shadow government, whatever it may be, has gone, okay, time to change partners. Get him out of here.
Well, let me tell you two personal stories about this voter sitting across from you. I've voted in Alaska since 1979. been a state resident since then. And I'm concerned on a couple of issues residence-wise. The first one is I'm retired military. I live on a military base, reside there. And I asked for, again, a ballot to be mailed to me. And I got a note day before yesterday in my mail, forwarded finally, that my request for an absentee ballot was turned down because of the address that I had.
What does that mean?
Well, that means that I don't know how to prove my residency in Alaska, but at the same time, earlier this month, I received my permanent fund, which absolutely states that I've been a resident of Alaska since 1979, and if I lie about that, I go to jail. So both my wife and I probably will not get to vote in this election, and there's been a little bit of publicity about how the military, and in this case retired military, is having difficulty qualifying to vote. I voted earlier in the primary elections.
Yeah.
And so you say to yourself, why the problem now? Is it something I did, possibly by leaving Alaska and not being there during the election? Mm-hmm. So I'm definitely the cause of that. But why the problem with my residency at this point in time when the state, I have a fishing license that is permanent.
Got all kinds of licenses that are permanent.
And so I have to scratch my head and say, gee, I don't think Alaska is a swing state, but it does bother me that something is going on that I don't like.
Why don't we just go down to Illinois? We could probably arrange to vote several times with no ID required.
Well, I'm happy with Alaska.
Well, I understand that. I understand.
Well,
that
let me tell you one other story about that, and that is I switched back in April from a independent to Republican registration. That has to do with the state ballots. As a Democrat, you can't vote a Republican in the primary. As an independent, you can vote one or the other, not both.
Right.
But there's a real concern I've got, and again, part of my history later in my career was justifying budgets in the black world to the Senate Appropriations Committee and the House Appropriations Committee. So I know a little bit about the budgetary process in Washington, D.C.
Yeah.
What is going on with our deficit terrifies me.
What happens and how far out? Just my crystal ball's in the shop. I was getting nothing but snow on it. I took it to the shop, and they still have it. It's been there for a couple of years now. Clearly, something's going to happen, but nobody, trouble always comes really from where you least expect it. So everybody's looking at, the elections are going to trigger something. If Obama loses, it'll be, if Romney loses, there could be a problem just as easily as if Obama lost. Mm-hmm. I mean, it just depends.
Well, and we don't know those factors. No. Again, part of my military career, I was in Watts in '65 when they had those riots. And, gosh, you didn't expect it?
No.
You couldn't believe what was happening. And, man alive, it's not a good place to be.
Well, the thing about it is when the last L.A. riots occurred, they did some in Dallas, and they interviewed a couple of the rioters, and they both said the same thing. Well, they had theirs, so we wanted to have ours.
Free stuff.
Yeah, free stuff. Yeah. But they were doing it just to do it.
So
there was no looting or any cars being set on fire or any of that. It was just everybody out there raising hell because they wanted to do it too.
Well, there's a true change taking place in the absolutes in society.
There's a lot of concern about DHS buying all this ammo. Hundreds of millions of rounds. I think we're up to 1 billion rounds now. What are we supposed to make out of that? I mean, what are they worried about? I don't think it's you and me.
No, I'm concerned as a crew member authorized to carry firearms. I've had to go through metal detectors, even though, you know, I was authorized to carry those firearms.
Right.
And that really causes people to be upset that are there waiting,
Yeah.
you know, and see the buzzers go off and don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
This is quite a while ago, before TSA was TSA. But I'm really concerned that our rights and our privileges of flying have been interfered with so much, it's worse than the German Gestapo ever was.
And the funny thing about it is, you would think that if enough people called the airlines and said, listen, you get rid of these people and you put something sensible in place, or we'll just quit flying you. And you can all file for bankruptcy, and we'll bloody well walk, or we'll take the bus, or we'll drive, but we're not going to put up with this. I mean, last weekend on Coast to Coast, I did this rock and roll thing. And I was trying to find the answer to the question, what happened to the revolution? What happened? I called it the rock revolution. They changed it to the legends of rock. That's not really what it was supposed to start. It was supposed to be, what happened to our revolution? This pushing back against big government, this pushing back against a police state, this pushing back against this undeclared war. And it occurred to me that there's nothing that'll get you to join a revolution quicker than being drafted into an undeclared war where you're facing jail time if you don't go. So I'm thinking that one of the reasons that our rock and roll revolution kind of fizzled out is because our draft fizzled out. The people back then recognized that they all shared the possibility of going and visiting people of an ancient culture and being forced to kill them, as they said in Full Metal Jacket. But that's not the case now. We have a volunteer army now. And so what followed then was, yeah, and I said this, I don't want them used as mercenaries. If they're a volunteer army and they're being paid and they're fighting in an undeclared war, what does that make them?
Well, it's a very difficult situation.
It is.
And let me again go back to my career. My class, and I was a class of 1963, by the time I came home out of college as a junior, I had many classmates that were returning from Vietnam after their tour,
Yeah.
having been drafted. I didn't get to Vietnam until 1973, and I was a volunteer the entire time for that, and it just took that long to train me. I must have been really slow on the uptake.
Right.
But the bottom line is that that was a shared responsibility that everybody knew. And I've heard many stories of people, some that were A1 that didn't get drafted, and others that got called when they didn't think they should have, and they were further down the line. One a little anecdotal thing was that when I was at RF Alconbury in England, and this was 1983, I got a letter from my draft board that basically was addressed to me as lieutenant colonel, and it advised me that I hadn't registered for the draft and that it was in danger of losing all government benefits and possibly subject to legal action, and it was sent to a military Air Force base with me being military. And I said, gee, do I need to respond? This took down the jag, and he says, how old were you when you joined the Air Force? And I said, 17. And he says, throw it away. But there's always something like that happens.
That sort of situation seems to follow you around. Now you've got the voter registration thing in Alaska now.
Yeah, it's a black cloud, right?
Yeah. I'll tell you what, let's recapitulate here. Recap, as they say. You notice how many people don't know recap is short for recapitulate.
Well, okay.
So we just visit it again. Going back to the radiation levels and any potential poisoning up there in the Pacific Northwest, the jury's still out on what's causing the lesions on the mammals.
Well, and that, yes, I believe so. My concern is that I'm seeing a general environmental shift, and I don't know what it is. I'm sure the scientists at this point don't know what it is, and I haven't read in the scientific literature any information about the in-depth studies. And we see the International Atomic Energy Agency sends out a monthly report, but they only report on 2 specific nuclides or radioactive materials, and there's whole bunches of other ones. And some of those, like earlier in the program I talked about strontium. I want to know what the heck's going on with the strontium. I want to know where the debris settled in the ocean and if it moved through a column of water. Those kind of things, I believe, are available at other agencies, but I'm not sure that the governmental focus is sufficient yet to do that, and nor do they want to do that at this point, because it's going to raise a whole bunch of other relational issues. If I pollute your country and harm your citizens because of my radioactivity, do I have financial responsibility towards you?
Oh, yeah.
And, the trial lawyers will go crazy.
Well, not only that, but any aspersions cast on the safety of nuclear power, in any case, may threaten the nuclear industry's ability to make some money and build some more plants.
And I can't see how the administration could threaten it any more than they can have the coal industry, because they haven't told the nuclear industry they're going to abolish it, but it sounds very clearly that the administration is going to attempt to abolish coal. And again, in Alaska story, we have a clean burning power plant that was built right next to our excellent coal source in Healy, Alaska. And there's a big mine there that supports the Japanese and the Koreans. Well, the idea was that let's build an intertie system, which is in place now, and build this plant. And it can't get an operating license. They're still struggling, and I believe it's the 5th year to try to get that license approved. And it's really a shame, because we could produce that.
Yeah, it's as efficient as the original Ford plant up there in Dearborn. Here's your dirt with your iron ore in it on one end of the plant, and on the other end of the plant a car rolls out. It was all one turnkey operation, the whole thing. That's what you have going on up there, but they won't license it.
That's correct. And so what's the next step? They want to build a dam, and that's going to be even more interesting.
Yeah, and so what's the
Matanuska River.
What's the effect on the fish and everything else going to be with that? I mean, is somebody going to raise a flag over that?
And yes, it's been raised, and there are studies ongoing. At least they're talking about it, and they'll present that hopefully to the people to vote on first to say, do we really want to do this, and then move ahead.
So I wonder if they provided more than $100,000 to study this, because they only came up with $100,000 to study the nuclear impact on that whole region. So this might be a good time to mention this is the Alex Jones Radio Show, and if you would like to participate in the Money Bomb, it's about 15 hours and some change minutes-wise left. Call 888-253-3139 and make a little contribution. Visit the InfoWars store, pick up some interesting stuff there. And might I just make a self-serving comment that once you got your old shooting iron there, and you've got your food supply, and you've got your water purification, and your flashlight and heat source, little camp stove, power generator, this and that and the other, don't forget your Geiger counter. And you can get one of those from caravantomidnight.com. That's my little site. And I put the thing up because I went and dug out my old atomic research out of Boulder, Colorado. It was about the size of a large, unpleasantly sized laptop. And I thought there's got to be something smaller. But anyway, I got a whole bunch of them, several hundred of them. It's the last little stash I was able to get out of Western Europe. And I got so many of them that I was able to discount them to anybody who wants one, $50 each. So they're very affordable. And then Vince Mazer, our friend up in Colorado, makes some more sophisticated units that log radiation readings over time, and you will enjoy them. caravantomidnight.com. And again, call and contribute to the Money Bomb, 888-253-3139. What shall we, you got your finger up?
Yeah, I got my finger up. One other thing I want to talk about, and I'm an excellent example of this, is medication.
Okay. Oh, you know what? That's very, very important.
And so, without revealing too much of my medical history,
understood.
I have medication requirements on a daily basis, and so some of that needs to be refrigerated.
Yeah.
Okay, so you've got to prep for that, and then get the doctor to write enough prescription so that you can have that supply. And if you keep it in the house that burns, it doesn't do you a bit of good. And so you have to have a trusted neighbor, possibly, or you need to keep it in a glove box, and you need to figure a way to get it through the transportation system safely, and that's to keep it in its prescription bottles. But you've just got to plan for that. And you can imagine during Katrina or any of the other major disasters is that if you have daily medication requirements and you don't get it 3 days, in some cases, people don't recover from that.
Right.
And so plan that, stockpile a little bit of it, and then rotate the stock.
Okay, and you know the thing about throw all your medications away after 1 year. They just want you to buy more. That's all that's about. There's nothing wrong with that medicine. In 99% of the cases, there's nothing wrong with that medication.
That's correct. And if you ask your doctor point blank, he may show you some data that says, well, it's 95% effective after the second year.
Well, that'll work.
And, you know, and so...
As long as it's not 9% or 9.5, 95 will be fine.
That's right.
All right. What else can we talk about here in the few minutes that remain?
Well, we can talk about airplanes or developments or anything else that you want to address.
All right, let's look in your crystal ball again. And who's going to win this election?
I'm not going to jinx it by guessing.
It's funny, though, that the polls are all shifting toward Romney, with the exception of a few states. You know,
yes.
Ohio's, you know, about a 3-point spread last time I looked, and the other ones he's within a point.
Well, I think the economy, very clearly, and the foreign policy issue, which is probably going to come in really sharp focus on Monday, are issues that are extremely hard to defend. And we'll see what comes out of that debate. I think there's a high probability that there's more shifting that's going to take place.
Yeah, I think it's funny that that there was all of this stuff. I mean, right here on InfoWars, there's all sorts of stuff about these death threats. 50 crazy. This is a good one. This is from the other day. 50 crazy things that Obama supporters are threatening to do. You know, from cry in the fetal position to I'ma start a riot, or is that Imma start a riot? I don't know. Somebody's going back to, we got people going back to Italy, Brazil, Ghana, and Zimbabwe. Which one, right here?
Moving out of the country, you bet.
Oh, yeah, but the problem is where to? Now, here's a philosophical question for you. Let's say that things really did get so silly in the United States that a measurable percentage of people decide they want to go somewhere else. What do you think the chances are that Americans, because you must blame America for many of the things that are wrong with the world. What do you think the chances are that Americans could become, well, one of the most hunted creatures on Earth?
Well, we're very fortunate. I guess we represent somewhere close to 6% of the population.
Yeah.
I think I'd be more worried about that horde of other people trying to come our direction. And this is one of the reasons I'm in Alaska, besides loving the freedom. Alaska's resource is like the late 1800s must have been on the West Coast.
Really?
And so it's really a pristine environment, and that's why we're concerned about the stuff floating up on our beaches.
Yeah.
And there's still enough food, game-wise, and a lot of people don't realize it, but during the summer months, we have a growing season that is so long, there's so much daylight, that the plants literally go completely crazy. I've got to mow my lawn every 3 days because it's done a week of growth.
Really?
In that period of time, you know, from late June, you know, through the end of July.
Wow.
So it's an interesting phenomenon, and if you haven't ever seen the killer cabbages and the different growth items from vegetable point of view, I think we have a lot of world record size of vegetation. The other part about Alaska, again, and being a resource, wherever you're in sparse population, there's a real chance to you know, survive and live off the land for a period of time. One of the other things that are in my survival kit, and then this is a long-term one, is seeds. And so I can at least plant a garden whenever spring would roll around, and try to get some food that way.
Takes a while for that stuff to grow, though. That's the only thing. I mean, I can remember when my parents and my friends' parents were always canning things, but I don't see people canning things and putting them up in jars anymore. I'm not sure that anybody even knows how anymore.
Well, we do in Alaska.
I bet you do.
And we actually brought a case of that canned salmon down for the family so that they could enjoy it. And let me give you an example. In Alaska, our salmon run very plentifully, and so all I have to do is identify myself to Fish and Game, and I can put out a gill net and get at least 25 salmon for me and another 10 for each member of my family.
Those are good-sized fish, too.
Those are good size. You know, we're talking 8 to 15-pound fish, and that's enough to put in the freezer to live off of.
Sure.
Same way, if most people don't realize how big a moose is.
Right.
You know, it is really big.
Yeah. What? Just for giggles, as we wind up the program here, how much does one of those? How much does a moose weigh? About 2,500 pounds, something?
Yes, I'd say more 1,800 to 2,000. But what's amazing is that if you stand up next to one, and I'm talking a middle-sized one,
right,
you come up not to the top of their shoulders, but where their legs connect, and it's quite easily to see 9 or 10 foot at the top of the antlers.
No kidding. And
there are more people injured and killed in Alaska by mooses during the wintertime than there are bears.
So it's mooses, it's not meese.
No, yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Or moose-eye.
Yeah, you know, I knew they were big. You go, oh, look at that guy, he's a moose, right? But I had no idea they were 10 feet at the top of the antlers.
Oh, yeah. They're absolutely huge. And you don't clean a moose by rolling it over on its back.
Right.
You start dismembering it and work down.
Yes.
And so it is a lot of fun shooting moose.
Yeah.
But for that few seconds of fun, you have 2 days of work to process, clean, and cut up and store the meat.
You know, I think a buffalo might be easier.
Well, I'm not sure.
They're disgusting, though, you know. You got to pull that skin off. That's the nasty part, as Wyatt Earp used to say. All righty, then. I'll tell you what, let me just, one more little pitch here. There are just hours left on the Money Bomb. And I want you to keep in mind that when you call 888-253-3139 and make a little contribution or go to the InfoWars store and something that you need, you will support the broadcast facilities, the staff, and upcoming free-to-air, FTA for short, broadcast satellite operation, and actually contribute to extending the ability of InfoWars and Prison Planet TV to continue to broadcast 60 days and beyond any kind of a prolonged bank holiday, which is a very distinct possibility. You know, you've had the benefit of working with these really smart people, very, very, very smart, the best of the best. And yet with all, they are human beings, they are people too, they occasionally make mistakes, they occasionally crack up an airplane, God forbid, but it does happen. What do the people that you still stay in contact with, what is their prognosis for the future of this country? Do they feel like we'll go through a lot of things which the odds may compel us to go through, or external forces may compel us to endure these things? But I mean, what does it look like on the horizon for the survival of the republic?
Well, again, I'm dealing with a very narrow population.
Yeah.
The vast majority of my friends are from the military, and universally we're all aware, because we've lived overseas, we've lived through shortages, and we've seen how sometimes the infrastructure can fail you, that we're prepared. The other part of that is more a sense of community. And, you get a group of families together, and you form, friendships, and you really, truly rely on those people. And I'm sure that happens in the urban areas. I've seen it with my daughter and her son-in-law, where the next-door neighbor helps move the kids back and forth to school or appointments, and their kids come over to play when mom needs to go shopping or, go to a doctor appointment. And so I think the identity of community and the stick-to-itiveness, and the other thing that I've always been just impressed with is that you put a group of Americans together, and we seem to be able to build up and change the environment in a very positive nature and work together to better everybody. And so I think we're in for very rocky times, but I'm also very optimistic that my grandchildren are going to see a lot better America and USA, hopefully a world, than we're looking at right now. I do not hold optimism for the Middle East at this point, but doggone, we're just going to have to batten down the hatches and wait and see what happens.
Have you seen 2016?
Yes, I have, sir.
There's another one that everybody should see, and that's Atlas Shrugged.
Yes.
But 2016 for sure. Now, of course, D'Souza's got himself in a little bit of hot water, but that, you know, and again, the moment that one little piece of credibility is neutralized or otherwise threatened, it prejudices the entire work. Don't let that happen. I really believe that the current administration is facilitating a Muslim Brotherhood takeover of the entire Muslim world, the entire Middle East, and make a United States of Islam. I mean, look, you can look at it and go, well, I don't know, but after you see the trend and the trend continues, what are you left with?
Well, and I think we have to stay nationally involved in those areas, and we have to be strong enough to stand up and say, these are our beliefs, and I really can understand why you might be upset if somebody puts your holy book in the toilet,
Yeah.
but don't burn mine or put mine in the toilet either, because I don't go after you and chop your head off. You know, don't misunderstand or misinterpret my actions. I am a strong believer in strength. I want to see us defend, you know, our rights and our civilization to make sure that my grandkids and their grandkids have a fit place to live.
It's interesting that when our commander-in-chief says something about it, I'm paraphrasing here, it's just a terrible thing when people continue to hurt the religious feelings of others, you know, and on and on about this very offensive video, which is just the silliest, dumbest thing I've ever seen, you know. But I got to tell you that, you know what offends me is seeing a crucifix upside down in a container filled with urine and knowing that my tax dollars paid for that through the National Endowment of the Arts.
Yes.
Now, I find that offensive. But let me ask you something, Don. Who do I see about that?
Well,
who do I call about that?
I believe the instructor said, next question?
Yeah, all right. Well, I got to ask you something. What was it like to fly one of those things? And you know the one I'm talking about.
Yeah. Basically, of all the airplanes, and there have been more than 30 of them that I've flown, the U-2 was the most fun, also the most physically demanding airplane. Basically, a lot of people don't realize that in 1955, the thrust to weight of that airplane, meaning it could take off straight up, was greater than 1 to 1. And when they retired the airplanes, and I believe it was 1989, and released the data, I think there were 11 world records that were set by its time to climb and altitude capability for the size of airplane it was. It was a very difficult airplane to land and learn how to fly, and they actually didn't get a 2C trainer until 1974, and they learned their lesson when they built the next run, the third run of the U-2 TR-1. They actually built 2 trainers, and so that we didn't have the number of accidents in the airplane learning to fly it that they'd had previously.
I don't know if you can comment on this, but if you want to, it's okay with me. You know, fearless Fritz Baumgartner just broke the speed of sound, floating up to in the balloon and then letting himself go. Any comments on that?
Well, everybody knows what the SR-71 is
The Blackbird.
the Blackbird. There's also a predecessor to that called the A-11 and a research airplane called the YF-12. And those things were Mach 3 airplanes.
Yes.
And there were ejections at its altitude that it was flying at Mach 3.
Altitude, which we cannot mention.
Which we won't mention. But the fact that people have been Mach 3 after ejecting from that airplane.
Punching out at Mach 3.
Okay, but now I've got to clarify it.
Okay.
At altitudes, I'll use just a generic example. Let's say 75,000 feet. Mach 1 might be 92 knots.
Gotcha.
And so that's the air pressure you feel. So you're actually going across the ground and through the air at Mach 3, but the wind resistance is like you jumped out at 280 knots.
No kidding.
And so there's a lot of different atmospheric dynamics and issues like that, but there have been ejections at Mach 3 at max altitude with airplanes.
So speed is speed and risk is risk and altitude is altitude, and it's all relative and yet somehow not related.
And he's a very brave man
I'll
to do.
say yes.
And we honor him for that.
Yes, we do.
And I'm proud his spacesuit didn't look very much different from the ones that we are still wearing.
And the thing that will be done is the thing that hath been done, and there is nothing new under the sun.
We agreed we weren't going to talk about UFOs today.
I'll tell you what, they didn't call him Solomon for nothing. He was a wise man. Well, it's 0200 Zulu time, which means somewhere over in London the bars are just really starting to close just now. That's Zulu time. Don Heger, it's been a real pleasure to speak with you this evening.
Thank you, sir.
Hope you'll come back for an elongated testimonial next time.
I hope so, and God bless you all out there, and we appreciate the opportunity to speak on Alex's website.
Yep, Alex Jones, a radio program. Well, John B. Wells here signing off. I'll be talking to you on another band, maybe the same one that you're hearing Alex Jones's radio show on. But don't forget about the Money Bomb. Call that thing, last mentioned, 888-253-3139, 15 hours and counting. Be well, everybody. God bless you. God bless the United States of America. Over and out for now.
Welcome to InfoWars MoneyBomb 2012. I'm Russell Dowden, General Manager for the InfoWars magazine. We are live here on the 19th day of October 2012. Glad to be here. Had a lot of fun last night interviewing Philip J. Berg. Last night was on the program with us talking about ObamaCrimes.com and Obama and where that fishy birth certificate ever is. Never manifested itself. But anyway, glad to be here. Glad you are here with us. InfoWarsMoneyBomb.com. We are live. Thanks for your help. We've generated over $240,000 of your support, going to keep this media operation going. And I want to thank everybody for making their donations. I want to remind you that you can call in at 888-253-3139. Operators are standing by if you'd like to make a $25 donation, a $50 donation. Hey, maybe you want to pick up some of the magazines that my crew back there in the graphics department are working hard on. You can pick those up at cost in the warehouse back there by calling the number 888-253-3139. And order some magazines at bulk. Or maybe you want a T-shirt. There's some great products, too, that Alex is auctioning off also on eBay. So if you're interested in checking that stuff out, give them a call there. Customer services operators are still working late tonight and will be till tomorrow at 11 a.m. 888-253-3139 to donate. And thank you all for being a part of InfoWars Money Bomb 2012. A lot of fun here. Riding shotgun with me is Rob Jacobson. Our very own Rob Jacobson tuning in with us here, riding shotgun. What's going on, Rob?
Nothing much, Russell. Thanks for having me on. It's an honor to be here with you, and of course on the InfoWars Money Bomb.
Yes, it's a lot of fun. A lot of fun. I'm excited. I've been a big fan of Alex's for many years. Known Alex for about 12 years, and just what a treat to be sitting right here in his chair here and broadcasting to you fine folks tonight. This is just what a great thrill.
Yeah, totally incredible. It's incredible. Very here tonight.
Very cool. And We've got a couple of guests lined up. What do we've got? Another Obama guest.
Joel Gilbert.
Joel.
Dreams from My Real Father, a DVD that I enjoyed watching. I mean, it was definitely a lot of food for thought, very thought-provoking, got me thinking about a lot of different things. And, you know, I thought it really put together the background Obama story for me a lot better. It filled in a lot of blanks that I kind of had questions about, you know, like a lot of his history is kind of, well, did he do this? Didn't he do that? And it seemed, it brought it all together for me, especially the, you know, Frank Marshall Davis, these things, these unanswered Bill Ayers and all this stuff. So it should be an interesting.
Yeah, it's a different take than what I had ever read before, and I love the film so much. I mean, I think I've seen it like 3 times now, but I really enjoyed this film. And let me ask you, and we'll bring Joel on here in a second. But you worked on Obama Deception in the production of that film. How does Dreams of My Real Father stack up against other films, you know, that you've worked on? You know, it's got to be a little different take.
It's a little different take. I mean, Obama Deception is definitely more about the bankers behind Obama, this larger plan, them using him as a puppet, a front person, basically to move their more global agenda along. Where Dreams from My Real Father basically goes back into who Obama really is. Let's figure out who this person really is. And he's so, like, you know, there's so much mystery around his past that it's really thought-provoking stuff. Based on all the other histories of Obama, they're all kind of like, well, we know this much about him, but there's still a missing gap. And I think this really does bring a lot of pieces together.
Well, this will be a very powerful interview with Joel Gilbert, and we'll bring Joel in. And then later in the last 15 or 20 minutes or so of the program, Luke Radowski will be joining us on the program briefly and talk about some things currently going up there with him in New York. In the meantime, let's bring in Joel. Joel Gilbert, this is Russell Dowden from InfoWars Magazine. Glad you could join us, my friend.
Hey, great to be here. Thanks for having me.
Good to have you on, man. You know, last night on my program here, on my bid at 1 a.m. last night here on MoneyBomb, I had the pleasure of speaking with Philip J. Berg, ironically, on Obama crimes and the whole birth certificate thing. So I had the opportunity to fill in tonight as well, and luckily it's Obama again we're talking about, Joel. So welcome to the program. Are you a little familiar at all, real quick, on Philip J. Berg's stuff and the whole? What's your thought on the birth certificate before we jump right into the film?
Well, my information, as I explained in my film, is that Obama's real biological father was an American citizen, was Frank Marshall Davis, the Communist Party USA propagandist and Soviet agent, and it was not the Kenyan Obama, was simply a sham marriage at that time to cover up an illicit affair. It was not some grand plan to have him run for president one day. So I believe he had 2 American parents. No one has seen a birth certificate that anybody feels confident that it is valid. So ultimately, we'll never know where he was born until he produces a birth certificate. But my information is that Davis is the real father, and that the birth certificate father's name was left blank, meaning father unknown is the status as far as I know.
Well, Joel, I got to tell you, man, the film was really provocative. I was blown away so much by the first time I watched it. I had to watch it again, so I watched it the next night at home and just picked up even more information from the film the second time, and just very powerful. Real quick, tell us why you decided to make this film that's so powerful, and you know, what got you started on the tracing down the roots of Obama.
I got started because I produced a film in 2010 called Atomic Jihad, Ahmadinejad's Coming War and Obama's Politics of Defeat. And I watched a couple of hundred videos of Obama's speeches looking for foreign policy type of comments. And I noticed whenever he talked about the rich and the poor, his personality would change. He'd put on the preacher voice, he'd start screaming and be excited and all happy. And then he'd go on to another subject and he'd be calm again. So I realized this guy had some incredible passion for class struggle. I read his book, Dreams from My Father, And right away, I could see it was just this life journey in the little-known world of American Marxism. He goes to study with Marxist professors at Occidental. He goes to socialist conferences. That's like the Communist Party conference in New York. He becomes an organizer, Project Vote. It's a life journey in the dreams of someone else other than this Kenyan Obama. And then throughout his book, he talks about Frank 25 times. Frank, 2,500 words. Frank. Frank is Frank Marshall Davis, the Communist Party propagandist, who he admits raised him from age 9. So I read all about Frank, and right away the photos look, Frank looks just like Obama, whereas he looks nothing like the Kenyan.
Yeah.
So that led me on a path to, I realized that the question to understand Obama's policies, his psychology, the question was not, where's the birth certificate? The question was, who is the real father? And Obama's style is to misdirect and lie about all the information to try to confuse people. But once I focused on who's the real father, all the information was just there. So I put together this life story, Dreams from My Real Father, that shows his entire journey, starting with Frank Marshall Davis. He was indoctrinated by Davis from age 9 to 18.
Exactly. He arrives in the Occidental College in Chicago as a committed revolutionary Marxist, essentially. And he had some influence on this belief, and as your film suggests, it was none other than Frank Marshall Davis.
Correct. And I've documented there was an intimate relationship between Obama's mother and Davis. And Dunham and Davis. We show the photos in the film. We put some black bars to be respectful, but we show that Obama was brought back from Indonesia, age 9, to be raised by Davis, and that Obama has a very close connection his entire life. He's the spitting image of Frank Marshall Davis, while he looks nothing like the Kenyan. And I've proven all of Dreams from My Father as a fairy tale. His book is a fairy tale. He claimed that when the Kenyan was going to Harvard when he was 3 years old, that's what broke up this family of improbable love. In fact, his mother was enrolled at the University of Washington in Seattle, and we have the transcripts. When he was only 3 weeks old, and the Kenyan stayed in Hawaii. So all the evidence is in. It was a sham marriage. Obama found out about it at about age 12, was raised by Davis, and my evidence shows that he has pursued the entire life the Marxist dreams from his real father, and that in the White House today we have what's known as a red diaper baby. This means the child of a Communist Party USA member. It's a very common phenomenon on the radical left. Whether underground, SDS, leadership was all children of these Communist Party members. By the way, David Axelrod, also a red diaper baby. His mother was a red journalist, just like Obama's father was a communist journalist. Valerie Jarrett, her father-in-law, worked on the Chicago Star, the communist newspaper in Chicago, with Obama's father. So it all goes back to this rat's nest of Marxists and communists in Chicago, and they found their way together into the White House.
It's just powerful. It's just, I mean, I heard Alex talking about this film when you were on the show with him. Working here, I got a chance to pick up the film, take it home, check it out, and I kept that film for about 3 nights, and I watched it literally 3 times in about a 4 or 5 day period, and the film is very explosive. Folks, you can call and order this film. Some of the staff here, Rob, hasn't even seen the film at my department. I know some of the guys on my team still haven't seen Dreams of My Real Father. But Rob, do you want to chime in on anything here with Joel?
Yeah. Joel, I love the film also. I mean, I watched it. It was very intriguing. But one of the things that I'm curious about is, what is your take, first of all, on Obama's grandfather who knew Frank Marshall Davis? I mean, he's a real interesting character, and maybe I'd like to ask you about maybe something more that you may know about him, some information, because he's a very interesting character to me, how their relationship, Davis's relationship with Obama's grandfather and the CPUSA, all that stuff.
Sure. Well, like so many things in Obama's book, Dreams from My Father, he uses misdirection to keep people from understanding the true story. He claimed that the grandfather was a furniture salesman, and that he went to the University of California, Berkeley, on the GI Bill to study for a career in furniture sales, maybe, I don't know. But that's been proven false. There's no evidence the grandfather was a furniture salesman. In fact, I'm the first one to have pulled the transcript from the University of California, Berkeley, of the grandfather, and he did an intensive French language study course for 1 year and took some government courses. And sure enough, he's working next to major U.S. Air Force bases everywhere they move. And then they moved to Lebanon for a year. We have the photo, we have all the evidence. Then he goes to Seattle, and then the grandfather, Stanley Dunham, is in Hawaii while the family remained in Seattle. He's the head of one of the people working on Project Airlift Africa. So what I'm saying here is Stanley Dunham worked for the government, likely as a CIA agent, tracking Communist Party members after he left Lebanon. In Hawaii, he welcomes Barack Obama, the Kenyan, to Hawaii. We have the photo at Hickam Air Force Base at a military base. The U.S. government was bringing African students into the United States to study, to compete with the Soviet Union, who opened something called People's Friendship University. So America was trying to develop contacts and recruit future agents in these emerging African countries. So the Kenyan Obama, and I call him the Kenyan Obama because people mistakenly refer to him as Barack Obama Sr. There's no senior because there's no junior. They intentionally named the president when he was born Barack Obama II, which means another person. He was not named Barack Obama Jr., which would be the normal thing if you name someone after a father. There was no Obama family. As I said, the Kenyan was just a sham marriage. So the grandfather was working for the government in this intelligence capacity, and that's how this affair unfolded. You have to see the film to understand how it all went down. But all the evidence is in, and I get hundreds of emails every day from people that see the film. It's, of course, selling on your website, #1 documentary on Amazon. It's on Netflix now, and I get it over and over. People say, just like you, they say, I watched it 2-3 times. I don't know anyone that's watched it only once. And they say, good people don't like it when they've been lied to, #1. #2, they're furious that the media has refused to cover this story.
Yeah, exactly, Joe. I want to ask. That's one thing. Let me jump in here because my question for you is, what has been some of the harshest critics that you've had about the film? I mean, the film's done well on Amazon. It's been doing very well here on the InfoWars site. What's the harshest criticisms that you've had with the film or from media in general? What kind of criticism have people said?
There's 2 ways of criticizing the film. #1 is completely ignoring it, refusing to even report on the findings or on the film itself. That's gone on quite a lot. The second way is simply they've just dismissed the film as, oh, it must be another conspiracy, without even looking at the content. So the criticism, there is no criticism. I wish there was legitimate criticism, that they would look at it and look at the evidence and compare my film, My Dreams, to Obama's dreams. And if they did, they all say that Obama's dreams is a fairy tale, it's nonsense, and your dreams is the real history with all the documentation backing it up.
Well, I mean, they'd have to not. The only way they could criticize the film is if they haven't seen it. If you look at them, I mean, the similarities, I mean, it's there. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's you can't criticize the film terribly, because if you see the film, just look at them. Look at them, Rob.
Yeah, they look pretty much the same. And you also mentioned in the film that Obama had a nose job at one point of his life. I'm very curious about that. Could you elaborate on that?
Oh, sure. Actually, on our website, obamasrealfather.com, there's a new feature, just went up 4 hours ago. I finally got some testimony from 2 noted plastic surgeons that went through all the details. What you see when you see my film, Dreams from My Real Father, you see Obama growing up having a large, wide, flaring nose, very similar to his real father, Frank Marshall Davis. By 2002, he's looking like the spitting image. 2003, 2004, he's got this big nose like his dad. All of a sudden, 2006, 2005, he decides to run for U.S. Senate, a national office, and he shows up with his new sleek nose. It's a completely different nose. So he's been involved in a pattern of document forgery, photographic forgery, and now face forgery, to hide the fact that Frank Marshall Davis is his real biological father, which would reveal that he lied about his background. And even worse, it would reveal that the ideological connection to a classic Stalinist Marxist propagandist, and everyone would put together, connect all the dots of his life history, Project Vote, suing Citibank, representing Acorn, and forcing them to lower their lending standards. Not a lot of people know about this, but Obama represented Acorn. He forced Citibank to lend to minorities, even if they weren't qualified. This is 1995. And then Acorn wormed their way into the Clinton administration through Henry Cisneros, and Bill Clinton forced Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac to lower the lending standards of all the banks across the U.S. system in the late 90s. This eventually collapsed the financial system by 2008, and it was all by design. This is what Obama learned at the socialist conferences he attended, to use minorities and use black people. That was the goal, to collapse capitalism. And that's the MO of these socialist Marxists out of Chicago. They use different groups, promising, we're going to take the money from the rich people and give you all this free stuff. But it's a complete nonsense, this ideology that the top 1% are oppressing everybody else. If you built a business, you didn't do it. It was on the backs of the proletariat. This is utter nonsense, and it's failed. Everywhere in Europe that they've tried this Marxist economic government control, it results in economic ruin and the physical destruction.
Yeah, it's part of their agenda, Joel. You didn't make that film, Joel. Your government made that film.
I built it on the backs of someone else. So
that's right.
The socialists, even though Obama now says, I want to help middle-class families, middle-class family, the socialists use them as pawns, just like they use minorities. Just like Obama said, they hate the middle class because they cling to their guns and religion. So what you'll see if Obama is reelected, by the end of his second term, all the middle-class health care will be given away to poor and illegals. Middle classes business, all their employers will be taxed and regulated out of business, and you'll see that the middle class retirement savings will just evaporate into a bankrupt socialist state, and America will be irreversibly socialist, and the middle class will disappear. And that's what they want. They despise the middle class because they know it supports the free market system.
Amazing. It's just, Alex is always saying this, Rob. Truth is stranger than fiction. You cannot make this stuff up. We are live. Our guest, Joel Gilbert, the film Dreams of My Real Father. You can order that film by calling 888-253-3139. You got to check this film out, folks. It's very, very powerful, very compelling. And, last night on MoneyBomb, it was the birth certificate. Tonight it's Who's Your Daddy? On MoneyBomb here. If you want to, maybe, Joel, is it all right? Maybe can we take some phone calls? Maybe open up the phone lines a little?
Let's do it.
And Russell, I'd like to point out that the importance of either the birth certificate or who's my dad is the thing is that we don't know who Obama is.
Yeah.
Even to this day, I mean, we have a guy in the office. He's the president, and we don't even know his history. Like what? I mean, if this doesn't raise red flags for people who maybe are just tuning in now and don't know the subject that well maybe it should. Maybe it should start raising red flags because there have been so many documentaries. There's Joel's documentary. There's our documentary, Obama Deception, that also, I mean, to this day we have people saying that we called it even before.
Who is the guy? Where did he come? Where did he come from out of the blue so fast, out of nowhere? No one had heard of him outside of Chicagoland. And, here he comes with all this finance and just, it's just amazing. We still don't know who this guy is.
Very dangerous.
To call in tonight, if you'd like to call in and ask Joel some questions here on the film, Dreams of My Real Father, if you have a question for Rob or I, 877-789-ALEX, 877-789-2539. We'll open up the phone lines and maybe take a few calls. And, who is this guy?
Yeah, and Joel. And Joel, also, I mean, you mentioned the heirs. You mentioned Bill Ayers and Bill Ayers' dad. And we have, we know Bill Ayers, part of the Weather Underground.
Yeah.
Actual terrorist. He bombed buildings in this country. He killed people, And he's an actual legitimate terrorist. And here Obama is. He knows him. And he's like, well, I knew him after he finished. I mean, how is Obama connected with the Ayers family? And how is he connected with the Weather Underground and all of that?
Well, it started with when Obama was in New York, when he was 21, 22. He meets Bill Ayers in Manhattan at an event sponsored by the May 19 Communist Organization. I detail this in the film. May 19 was an above-ground front group for the Weather Underground, and they did above-ground activities, but they supported the Weather Underground. May 19 would funnel their best recruits into the Weather Underground. They were still bombing buildings. They were robbing the Brinks robbery in 1981. We don't know how deep Obama's involvement is, but when he said the Weather Underground bombing campaign started when he was 8 years old, well, yeah, it started when he was 8 years old, but it continued well into his 20s.
But, Joe, that's like me saying, you know, hey, I know that guy was a serial killer when I was only 6 or 7, but he doesn't do that anymore, and he's my friend, and now I'm 20, you know? Does that even make sense? I mean, what? How?
Let me tell you, the first proven connection is that Bill Ayers' father, Thomas Ayers, got a $25,000 grant from the Woods Fund to bring Obama from New York to Chicago to head up this thing called the Developing Communities Project. The communist organizations in Chicago had been trying to recruit the black churches into their organizations for several years with no success, because the black folks were religious people and they rejected communism because it was atheist. So Bill Ayers and his father decided they needed a front man with a black face, and they might be able to trick these black churches into joining with these socialist causes like collapsing capitalism and forcing banks to lend to people that weren't qualified. So that's what brought Obama from New York to Chicago, Bill Ayers' father, and then they continued to nurture his career over the entire period. It made him head of the Woods Fund at some point, foundations, promoted his political career.
Who is Bill Ayers' father?
Thomas Ayers. He was the head of, he was a big corporate guy. He was the head of Con Edison and headed up many, many organizations. He was a major power broker in Chicago for many, many years.
Yeah, through Bill Ayers and as father and Stanley Dunham, is it fair to say, I mean, Joel, that Obama was set up to run for Congress and maybe later be president? Do you feel like he was set up or placed on that pedestal for these guys?
I think that these guys are, the communist groups are always looking for somebody and helping to promote a group of people, hoping that one of them can rise up and take power. And Obama is someone that was on the fast track. He had other backers. Khalid al-Mansour was a former Black Panther and Islamist that worked with Walid bin Talal, was a major donor to Harvard. And they had a fund that they set up for these types of students, and they funded Obama. It's all come out now through Harvard. Vernon Jarrett, Valerie Jarrett's father-in-law, was in contact with Khalid al-Mansour. Don't forget, Jarrett is a friend of Obama's father from back in the day, and they fund Obama's academic career at Harvard. Obama comes back to Chicago, and the Arab funding network that funded Obama's education, the academic funding network, they hand Obama off to Tony Rezko, which is the Arab political funding network. So Obama's entire career has been funded by Middle Eastern interests, all the way from academia through his political career. He's admitted it, it's on the record. And Ayers, this whole gang is all together. You have to remember that Marxists and Islamists have one thing in common. It's always united them in the short term. They both believe that American capitalism and free markets prevent them from taking power, and therefore are an enemy that must be destroyed. So this is the nexus between Islamists and Marxists, and these are the people that supported Obama all these years. And you can certainly look at Obama's policies in office and understand the background and why he's going in these directions. It's all in my film.
Joel, let's go ahead and go to the phone lines. We'll go to Chris in Boston, Mike in Los Angeles, and Scott in Denver. Chris in Boston, you're on the air with our guest, Joel Gilbert.
Hey, Joel. Hey, Russell. Great job, guys.
Thank you.
I just wanted to bring something up, not to throw a wrench in everything you're talking about, but I wanted to get Joel's opinion on if he's ever come across any evidence that Malcolm X was possibly the biological father and Ann Dunham wasn't the biological mother at all of Barack.
No, that rumor's been out there. Obama admired Malcolm X, studied his speeches, some of his cadence, admired a lot about him. But he's definitely, there's no opportunity or was no opportunity for Malcolm X to have had a relationship with Obama's mother. It's very well documented now that the real father was Frank Marshall Davis. Obama was raised by Davis, called him Pop, and all the evidence is in my film. There's no way it was Malcolm X. People thought that because some of his speech cadence was similar, but Obama did study his speech for a long time and it was a fan, but there is no relationship.
Let's go
What
to
about the possibility that Ann Dunham wasn't his real biological mother, that she was just used as a root? Do you feel sorry that she was definitely his biological mother?
Absolutely. Ann was the mother, and the father was not the Kenyan. It was Frank Marshall Davis, the man who raised him. And it's all, when you see my film, I think you'll agree.
All right, let's go to Mike in Los Angeles. Welcome to the show, Mike.
Yes, sir. How you doing?
How's it going? You got a question for Joel Gilbert?
Yeah, my question is there any actual record of Obama ever having like an actual job, like a regular guy, like just a real job?
Well, I think he worked at Baskin and Robbins. We know that. I spoke to a lady when I was in Hawaii that bought ice cream from him, so we know that. And you know, he's worked for these socialist organizations in the U.S. government, essentially. He has no background in economics, in managing a budget, in understanding how economics and businesses are built. His sole experience is in demanding that the government give money to minorities and different groups of people. It's extracting money from the man and paying it to others. That's his life experience.
Incredible.
Amazing, amazing. Let's go.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for your call, Mike. Let's go to Scott Free in Denver. It is Who's Your Daddy night here on InfoWars Money Bomb. Our guest, Joel Gilbert. What's going on there, Scott Free in Denver?
Just another beautiful night in ailing America.
Welcome to the program. You got a question or shout out for Joel Gilbert here?
Joel, you're doing some wonderful work, as well as the team of Infowars.com and everybody out there listening. My question for Joel is, what do you think Obama's ties to radical Islam are?
Well, Obama had an Islamic education at a very young age, from about age 7, 8, 9, 6, 7, 8, 9. Now, those are some very formative years when he was studying the Quran, when he was in an Islamic school, when he was registered as a Muslim. So there's no question that that had a profound effect on his worldview, on his ethics, on how he sees religion and sees different groups of people. When you look at how he was supported, as I mentioned, academically and politically by Middle Eastern groups, and all his friends, Rashid Khalidi, all his identification with these groups of people, you have to ask, and maybe this explains why Obama is so comfortable around anti-American extremists, and it explains why anti-American extremists are so comfortable with him. He definitely has a cultural and understanding, if not a religious devotion to Islam or the Islamic worldview. And he's well-versed, very well-versed in it. I can tell in his speech, the way he pronounces Taliban, Pakistan, Quran, all of his cadence and the view that he expressed in Cairo of the world was an Islamist view. It identified closely with how they see the world.
Very amazing, very amazing. Joel, listen, we've got to wrap things. I've got to jump. I got to get to Luke Radowski. I want to thank you, our guest this evening here on InfoWars Money Bomb, Joel Gilbert, the film Dreams from My Real Father. You pick this film up on the InfoWarsStore.com and order the film. It'd be a great way to contribute to the InfoWars organization and get yourself a hold of this film. Buy this film and share it with your neighbors. Share it with your church members, share it with family members, because this film is a very powerful film, and it tells you a little bit more about the guy who's running for re-election this November. Joel, thank you so much for being part of the show tonight. Thank you very much, man.
Thanks for having me.
You bet. There he goes, Joel Gilbert. Very powerful film, Rob. I really dig this film, and it's done very well here at the InfoWars store. And guys, you got to pick this film up, and to order that film, just call 888-253-3139. Our operators are standing by. We'll take your order.
And I have to remind everybody that Dreams from My Real Father goes great with Obama Deception. I mean, both films cover two totally different aspects of Obama, the Obama administration, all that stuff. I mean, watch Obama Deception alongside with Dreams from My Real Father, so you can see where he's coming from, what he has done. We accurately predicted. I mean, before Obama was in office. We knew exactly what he was going to do. We called it, and he did it.
He's been a flip-flopper since.
Flip-flopper. I mean, he's just basically a puppet for the bank, so you can find out basically the InfoWars totally accurate call on Obama with the Obama deception and compliment it with
$5.
Yeah.
So look, Obama deception's $5 right now, guys. If get the film, buy 1 or 2 of them. Wake up your friends and family. Before we go into this election. I'm not saying we're Romneyites over here either, but I mean, get the film, buy 2 or 3 of these right now on MoneyBomb special. They're $5.
It'll definitely clear up for people like what's going wrong with this country right now, or at least it will begin for a lot of people once they see away from the mainstream media take on the president, which is not it's just a pure fiction. I mean, it's totally like, we're a bunch of people in a fishbowl and they're messing with us, and you can get away from that by watching these films, our film, Dreams from My Real Father. These are excellent tools to basically get you away or get your family members away from the mainstream rhetoric and their take on what we're living through right now.
And we're going to take a quick break, and we'll come back on the other side with Luke Radowski of We Are Change in New York. We're going to talk about some of the media coverage that Luke's been covering. Take a really quick break. Remind you folks, you can purchase some T-shirts. There's some really cool merchandise on eBay from Alex. Up later in the program, we're going to have on the Money Bomb tonight later, Richard Reeves and pharmacist Ben Fuchs will be on, and Jakari Jackson will be on taking some phone calls from you guys. So let's go ahead and take a real quick break, and we'll be back on the other side of this break here with Luke Radowski. I'm Russell Dowden for Infowars.com and Infowars Magazine. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back to InfoWars Money Bomb. I'm Russell Dowden of Infowars.com and Infowars Magazine. Riding shotgun with me is Rob Jacobson.
Hey, Russell.
How you doing?
Great to be here.
All right, having a lot of fun here tonight. Sure. And last night it was birth certificate. Tonight it's Who's Your Daddy?
Mm-hmm.
And
very interesting film, and yeah. And I love that bumper that we have here with Kissinger. It's so appropriate. I mean,
he's such a class act.
We're about to have Radowski on, Luke Radowski from We Are Change, and obviously, if people have been watching, they might have seen his one of his latest encounters with Kissinger, which was very interesting. Hope to ask him about that as well as other encounters.
Yeah, let's bring him right in, right from your neck of the woods, Rob, from New York. Welcome to the program, Luke. How you doing, man?
Hey, Rob and Russell, thanks for having me. Really appreciate you guys having me on the guest on your show.
No, not a problem. We appreciate you, buddy, and all the chasing down you're doing with these guys out there. You've created a kind of a revolution of I don't know what you want to call this, Luke, but it's guerrilla.
I would call it modern day activism.
Yeah, it's called chasing down the story, is what it's called.
Yeah, you're not just standing out there with picket signs and everything. You're taking the camera and you're optimizing activism plus the technology. I think it's great.
So what's cool?
I don't even know what to call it nowadays. I don't know if it's activism or it's journalism, but being at the latest presidential debates here in New York and Hofstra, it definitely seems that asking tough questions is not what all the other supposed journalists were doing. I mean, I was there, and it was just incredible seeing no other reporter, no other journalist there asking or following up on very serious, legitimate questions. It was very frightening. It's a good feeling knowing you're doing something good, but when you're in a room full of about 1,000 reporters and you don't hear anything about the NDAA or Obama's secret kill list or all the horrible things that both Romney and Obama are really for, I mean, it's just really pathetic, and it's just really sad, and that's why independent journalism, independent media is on the rise, and that's why it's great being able to be on your program here today.
Well, Luke, you've been a real inspiration to a lot of people too over the years, and here we are, we're doing Money Bomb, we're asking folks to help us out here at InfoWars and keep this operation going. I'm amazed. I remember just 5 years ago, Rob, when the first Money Bomb launched and being on the other side. And I had, as soon as y'all launched, we launched PrisonPlanet.tv. I was a member. I was supporting that way, buying films. But now the operation has grown. I'm amazed at how big this operation has grown just in the last 5 years, Luke. What does MoneyBomb here in InfoWars mean to you, and what has InfoWars.com meant to you in your young adult life so far, Luke?
I mean, InfoWars is a great resource, especially for information and articles. If people like what they see, they should support it. They should know if independent media is going to be successful, if it's going to become going to the next step, which I believe it's still not there yet. It's on the crust. It's almost there. Independent media, citizen, liberty-minded information, and just real legitimate questioning of authority still is not on that level where it should be. People online, all the viewers, all the audience, they should watch online, and they should know that we can only survive, we can only thrive, we can only become better only with your support. So it's up to the people listening, to watch and to have their own discretion to take in as much information as they can, look into information, double-check sources, triple-check sources, be really vigilant, but also know that they have to stand behind them and support and be behind those organizations that are giving out the right information and are there for the people and not just for the big corporations or the big banks or the lobbyists or any industrial complex that is financing any side of the news, because sadly we have seen that. We have seen gross examples of mainstream media abusing their power, abusing their trust of the public to pretty much become public relations campaigns sometimes and not do their job diligently.
Well, you can see.
The only true diligence out there is individuals out there themselves who are able to research things thoroughly and look at both sides of the issue and then make up their own mind.
Well, you can see, Luke, just the growth that InfoWars and the impact InfoWars has had with the reports, with the nightly news, with this broadcast. Doing over the years, we've been able to grow, folks, because of your contributions, because of the products that Alex believes in, and the products we have in offer in our stores, the films. So we're not perfect over here. We're not the best, but we're doing what we can, and I think we've done an excellent job, especially in recent years.
And what I'd like to remind everybody who is thanking everybody for contributing and who is thinking about contributing is that as we improve and as we grow, our audience grows, which means that our message gets out there to a wider and wider audience, and that's really the most important part, in my opinion, on why it's necessary to contribute to InfoWars, because what happens is if we have a bigger audience, you never know who's in that audience. When you have 10 million a week listening or 15 million, who knows who these people are listening, and they're the ones who are going to eventually affect the change. We're going to get the message out there to the biggest audience, and we're going to affect the change, and we're going to help affect the change. The audience will be the ones at the end of the day that will come together and affect the change, because you have lawyers out there, you have a police department, you have firefighters, doctors, you have all sorts of professions listening, and they will take their resources and their skills as the audience grows, and we can beat this thing. We could turn it around. And well, Luke, I do have a question for you. I'm speaking here, and it kind of reminds me that there are a lot of young and new journalists that want to break into this. And from We Are Change of the past, a lot of stuff that we've seen, confrontation from the past, a lot of times we've seen people just throw a lot of facts into these politicians' face when they have the opportunity to finally get up and speak to them. And I'd like for you to talk to some of the new journalists out there and tell them some tips, because you have successfully gotten a lot of politicians to answer your questions and maybe even put their foot in their mouth on the internet. And I'd like you to maybe explain to somebody who's about to bust in and try to do the journalist thing, try to do the We Are Change thing. What is the best way to do it to get a politician to put their foot in their mouth on screen?
I mean, doing this for about 7 years now, the most important lesson that I have learned is that your will and your determination matters more than anything. I mean, we started out, and we're still working here independently, solely, just for the people. We haven't been bought out. We don't work for any corporation. We work for you. We work to question authority and to gather as much information as we can for you. The best thing to do is just to go. You have to believe in it. You have to have heart in it. It is difficult. It's not easy. It's just about reaching them. I mean, one personal thing I did, I don't know if this helps or not, but I just made a list in my mind of what I wanted to do. I set a goal. I said I wanted to confront the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers, the Kissingers, the Brzezinskis. I made that goal in my mind, and I wouldn't let nothing stand in my way. And by that, you just have to grasp these things and go with it. You can't ask for permission. You can't wait for somebody to send you a press pass. Go to Kinko's if you can. But always remember, a job of an independent journalist is to question authority and not just to make statements. It's also good to have all your sources, have all your facts, always double-check, triple-check any amount of information that's out there. Don't believe any one person, but the only thing that you're supposed to do is get the information out there. You don't have to go to somebody and tell them, this is the truth, this is what's happening. You could not only convince more people, but make people understand the truth more by asking questions. Just by that simple act, you direct them to the truth. The truth is simple, it's strong, and it will overcome any amount of lies, but it just has to be uncovered. And the perfect way of uncovering it is speaking truth to power, and by asking legitimate questions, questioning that authority that is there, that is unquestioned right now.
You know, that's a fact. You know, that's just awesome. I was just watching, the video. You're, chasing down Kissinger there, and he's just like, who is this guy? I don't want to talk to this guy. But no, that's just great. Great job, Luke, on all of that, man. That's just phenomenal,
Yeah, that Kissinger video, he gives you this hysterical response. It was kind of like you caught him with his pants down, and he didn't know what to say.
Yeah, are you guys talking about the first video or the second video? Because I got him a second time where I talked about Memorandum 200.
That's the one. That's the one I'm talking about.
The second one's the one we just showed up on screen.
No,
yeah,
that one.
The first one, he was a little bit more timid. The second one, he actually recognized me. But the first one is also really good, where he knowingly lied and said that famous quote of his where he said, military men are dumb, stupid animals, which Bob Woodward, one of the Watergate journalists, exposed. He knowingly lied to me and told me that was not true.
And didn't you also that video?
And then he knew, he recognized me the second time. He was looking at me from afar. The press secretary already set up a one-on-one interview, and he kept walking away. And the press secretary was like, hey, go talk to, hey, Kissinger. And he was just running away, so I just decided to go with it anyway and to question him. It is kind of scary going into these situations, being able to look someone who has committed mass murder. I mean, it's not only out in the open. He's wanted for war crimes in many countries, and it's just a very kind of intimidating, kind of scary feeling. But once you overcome that fear, and I think that's where the true solutions and the true answers are to a lot of our problems, is just overcoming that fear. Once you do that and you look them right in the eyes, you understand that problem, that evilness is nothing. It is just as human as you are, and is just as weak or as strong as anybody wants it to be. It's really our own interpretation. And once you are able to speak to that person and let them know you're a human being, you're just as equal, we know what you're doing. They have nothing else to do except for run away or flip out, which you saw Kissinger do twice.
Yeah, you see Kissinger run away from you in that video. He's like, bye. Hey,
Luke, we've got about 3 minutes left in the program. Let's go to one more caller if we can. There's a Steve in New York. If Steve's still there, let's go to your neck of the woods up there, Luke, and bring Steve on. Steve, if you're there, Steve, you're on the air with Luke Radowski.
Yeah, I'm here from Astoria, Queens, New York. Luke, we've been around together a few times. Bilderberg twice, 9/11. You even hid your camera from Giuliani in my pocket. I was like, wow. You remember that?
I think so. Yeah, I had many of those moments.
Anyway, listen. Let me ask you a question. Which is the top person that you want to confront? I mean, which person is a top of your list that you would like to confront, and why?
Wow, that's a really great, amazing question. I think the only person that I really didn't get, we got Obama slightly, but it probably has to be George W. Bush, or even higher, maybe even going to the Queen of England or the royalty in the UK. I mean, there's still so many things that I want to uncover and I want to find out about. It's really that's one of the hardest questions that I've been personally asked, but I can't even answer that, to be honest with you. But I guess you could narrow it down to the Queen of England, to George W. Bush. I think George W. Bush would be amazing. We already got Dick Cheney. People could also see that on our YouTube channel. They just go to youtube.com/WeAreChange. that's one of the most difficult questions I ever had. I'll go with Bush.
Right on, right on. Well,
All right.
thanks for your call, Steve. We got to wrap things up with Luke here on our show. God, an hour flies by like that. I need to do like 2 hours of this. This is too much fun. InfoWarsMoneyBomb.com. You like to call in and donate, guys. Luke, it's been a lot of fun doing this. Any final thoughts here on MoneyBomb 2012 here at InfoWars?
Best of luck with everything. Independent media and the truth will always prevail. Follow me on Twitter.com/Luke We Are Changed. Glenn Greenwald of The Guardian just wrote an article about one of my videos. I'm going to have explosive videos coming out on YouTube.com/We Are Changed with Axelrod and Gibbs and congresswomen being confronted on the kill list and the NDAA. Check them out and support independent media. That's the only true source of information that really is going to prevail.
That's what it's all about, man.
Media soon.
We appreciate everything. And Luke Radowski from We Are Change, thank you so much, buddy.
Thanks for having me.
All right, there he goes. That's Luke Radowski. Wow. Man, Money Bomb 2012. Wow.
It's incredible. It's here already.
I don't even want to get off here, but up next, I got to tell you who's coming up, guys. Up next, Richard Reeves and Ben Fuchs, and later Jakari Jackson will be on taking phone calls. I guess it's going to be open lines here with Jakari. So if you want to call in on the program, 877-789-ALEX, 877-789-2539. Thank you to Rob Jacobson for riding shotgun with me.
You're welcome, Russell. It's, of course, an honor to be here.
A lot of fun. Call in to donate, guys. 1-888-253-3139. We're now over $243,000 going to fight against the New World Order and keep the info war going. Thanks, guys. We'll see you next time.
Welcome, folks, to the 9 o'clock Central PM Central Time hour of the InfoWars Money Bomb. Folks, I'll tell you what, I haven't been able to listen to all the broadcasts. I don't know who possibly could, and unless you just stayed up and drank a lot of coffee and drank a lot of pollen bursts or something to be able to stay up all these hours. But what I have heard of the Money Bomb has been spectacular programming. I don't think there's another person in the world other than Alex Jones and this crew here, the InfoWars team crew, that could possibly put together a 48-hour marathon program like we've had. It's been incredible. You've heard some of the great guests, Greg Palast. We had Amber Lyon, Alex doing his thing like he always does, Max Kaiser. Just Ben is ready. Okay, thank you very much, folks. Well, the Money Bomb is going well, folks, but we still need more donations if possible. Alex has a high goal to get to another level. Folks, you've seen Alex progress over the years. One level on to the next. Started out with a handful of employees. Now he's got a staff and crew of 50. There's no other group that is going head on against the New World Order than right here, this crew of the InfoWars crew that is here on this premises working hard to bring you world-changing and world-breaking news all the time, every day. It's amazing. If you go to Infowars.com and the news that just pours out on that website on a daily basis, it's just incredible to try to keep up with all of the things that the New World Order does. And how do they do it? Very simple. One of the big major keys they have is the fiat money system, the Federal Reserve and the World Bank, where poof, just like that, at a touch of a keypad, they can create trillions of dollars at will, on demand, and that's how they can have this level of control and implement all of these worldwide global systems. So, folks, if we do nothing, which I know a lot of folks, their idea is, hey, I'm just going to punch out of their system somehow and everything's going to be fine. I'm here to tell you the New World Order is not going to allow that to happen. That's why it is called the New World Order, because they're all over the world and they will implement their system ultimately all over the world unless we, the people, stand up and fight back and not allow it to happen. And it's really not that hard for us to fight them. All we have to do now with the advent of the internet is share Infowars.com, share videos, share YouTubes, send them out to your friends, send them out to your email list. Don't spam them. Make friends with them. Make friends with people and let them know, hey, you know, you're interested about food issues, boom, send them an issue about GMO crops, GMO food, depleted soil. Send them a story about that. Somebody's interested about medicine, medical stuff like vaccinations, forced vaccines, things like that. Send them a video about that. Find out what it is that interests the people you're talking with and that you're dealing with, and send them those types of stories. One thing I've learned from many years being involved in the InfoWar is not everybody's interested about every battle. Everybody's got certain battles they focus on. I used to really focus on toll roads here locally. I wished I still could, but now it's like I've gone to another level with Alex bringing me in here in the office and doing other work for him. So as much as I'd like to still be out there fighting on the toll road issues, well, that's kind of gone away, and now we have to have some other people fill in the gap. God blesses us somehow with people that are passionate for every issue. That's like you've heard people that are passionate about the fluoride issue in the water, and they're sitting there fighting to get fluoride extracted from the water, and I applaud those. And that's what we need, is we need groups that are passionate and people that are passionate and focused on some of these single issues, because that's how you make real progress on fighting these issues. When gun groups get together and fight anti-gun legislation and fight legislation and other bills and other infringements of the Second Amendment, then that's how they're victorious. If they stay with a single focus, it's at least focused on the Second Amendment issues, then that's how they start winning. It's when you have these groups that try to go off into other areas sometimes that they don't have that level of success. So it's kind of a strange dichotomy where we all have to work together on certain things and certain goals, but then on other goals, we have to focus in at a more microscopic level and forsake the macro. So it's a give and take on that, but slowly but surely we're getting bigger and bigger and bigger every time, every year, every election. We have more influence. All right, we have our guest, Ben Fuchs, coming on. Hopefully we've got that Skype connection. I've been advised that he is connected with Skype. And so let's bring Ben on. Pharmacist Ben. He is on the GCNlive.com radio network. He's heard daily, Monday through Friday, from 10 a.m. Central till 11. It's the hour right before the Alex Jones Show, and he does a great job of talking about health. He's a product formulator, not just a pharmacist, but a product formulator as well, and he can explain more to us about how that works. But he is really super knowledgeable about health. He studies it and studies it. You know how I was talking about people being passionate about certain things. Well, Ben is really passionate about the formulation of products. Being a pharmacist, he's really passionate about getting people healthy. So without further ado, let me welcome Ben Fuchs. Ben, how are you doing?
Good to hear from you, Richard. I can't see you, though, but it's good to hear your voice.
All right, Ben. Well, I am able to see you, so that's working fine, and you're coming through really good. Your video's really great.
Good
Ben,
deal.
I'll tell you what, we had a variety of topics that you wanted to hit, and that I'd like to hit as well. And one of the big things that I think our audience doesn't hear enough about is about digestive tract issues, and how if for some reason, they're taking supplements and they're trying to eat good food and trying to really be healthy on their diet, that if you don't have your digestive tract working and in order, you're just not going to get the nutrition that you need out of whatever it is you're eating or drinking, right?
That is so true. 1 out of 3 Americans is dealing with some kind of digestive issue. That is 100 million Americans nearly. I think the last statistic I saw was 95 million Americans have some kind of digestive issue, and you hit the nail right on the head, buddy. It doesn't matter what you take. In the world of nutrition, we say it's not what you take, it's what you absorb. And if you're dealing with any kind of digestive tract issue, you're not going to get the maximum benefits out of your supplements, and breakdown is going to be inevitable. But here's the real scary thing, Richard. We become transparent to our digestive issues. We don't even realize we have them. That's why I always instruct people, if you're dealing with any kind of health crisis, get yourself a little notebook and jot down everything you eat, and next to where you put everything you eat, put down how you feel an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours later, what your bowel movements are like, if you have any digestive cramps, how you are reacting to that food. And for most people, they will be stunned at what they find out. And you know what the really sad thing about this whole thing is, Richard? It starts for most of us, it starts as soon as we come out of the womb. Human beings are born with premature digestive systems and immune systems. That's because we got big heads and we got big brains. And so we have to come out of the womb early. because our brains are too big. So we come out of the womb a little bit early, and nature has designed a system where our digestive tract and our immune system will be built up by human mother's milk, by breast milk. And if a mom is not breastfeeding, or a mom is not breastfeeding long enough, or a mom is not nutritionally whole and nutritionally complete herself, and her breast milk is deficient, that baby is going to be compromised at the digestive tract and at the immune system level from day one. And Richard, that covers a good deal of Americans. I would venture to say that covers most Americans. So
right, and that's exactly why I want to talk about this, because you just nailed it. Right from day one, folks.
Day one.
Right from day one, folks, the majority of us, probably 70, 80% of us, who knows what percentage, boom,
right.
Start off right there with not getting your digestive tract working in order. So we're so accustomed to poor digestive tract function that we just think it is. That's it. We don't know any better. We think that that's the way it is. We think that's the way life is.
Yes,
so folks,
exactly.
Ben.
Yeah, well, no.
Talk about right. Go ahead.
Richard, it gets worse, because then the kid gets put on the standard American diet. Then the kid, as soon as he's weaned off of milk, is put on oatmeal, and he's put on cereal, and he's put on Gerber's pulverized crapola. I don't know, whatever they put in Gerber's these days. So from day one, he's compromised, but then it tumbles out of control to the point where by the time the kid is 8 or 9 years old, he's dealing with such a clogged up immune system that the doctors, in their brilliance and wisdom, will remove a hunk out of their immune system. They call it a tonsillectomy, and it's the #1 childhood surgical procedure in the country. And that's the way they resolve this toxicity that builds up in the kid by the time he's 8 or 12 years old, and it just gets worse from there.
Wow, and so that's why we see the manifestation of obese children nowadays. They're 5, 6, 7 years old and already on their way to being 50% over their body weight. And as the years go by and roll by, it just makes it worse and worse and worse. So that's why I think this topic was so important. And Ben has got a host of topics that we're going to touch on, but that aspect of the digestive tract is so important. I'll tell you, that's one thing I didn't know is from day one, you're saying if they at least are not being properly fed with mother's breast milk, human mother's breast milk.
For long enough. But here's the thing, Richard, even if the mom is conscientious enough to know about breast milk and know she's got to feed her kid breast milk, if she's not nutritionally complete, or if she's got food allergies or food intolerances, or if she's not on a nutritional supplement program, or if she's on the standard American diet, which is pretty much everybody now, her breast milk isn't going to be complete. So even if she is breastfeeding, you've got a kid who's going to be compromised.
So we are pretty much starting from the get-go at a huge deficit.
That's right.
Because of the institutionalization of how we are born and fed and everything nowadays in the last few decades. So how long have we been institutionalized to this point? I'm guessing probably the last 100 years, 120 years, somewhere around there.
It started when we figured out how to manipulate molecules, when the age of chemistry was born in the middle of the 1900s. We became entranced by the idea that we could manipulate molecules and we could manipulate nutritional chemistry and provide food substances that were cheaper, that were easier to produce, that had more profit margin, that made more money for companies, and that provided the basics so that most people wouldn't notice the difference. It would keep them alive, but it wouldn't keep people in the optimal condition that health is. It's like plants. You know, we were talking on the phone a couple of days, or yesterday, you and I, Richard, how plants only need NPK. They only need nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, and you'll grow a tomato. But that's not a perfect tomato. That's not a healthy tomato. And when you eat that tomato, you're going to know the difference. Well, the human body is the same thing. If you give your baby formula, for example, that baby's not going to die. He'll probably survive, but he's going to be the human version of that tomato that got the NPK. And just like that tomato survived and that tomato was edible and sellable, but didn't have all the nutrients it needs, it's the same thing with the human body. The human body can survive with formula. It can survive on the standard American diet. It can get by with the kind of foods that we're eating, but it can't be optimally healthy unless it has what we're calling the mighty 90, the basic vitamins, the basic minerals, essential fatty acids, all the amino acids, all what we call essential nutrients. There's absolutely no way we can be as healthy as our God-given birthright is. We are designed to be healthy. And this is the bright side message. The human body is a healing system. It's a regenerating system, and every time you cut yourself, you are witness to that regenerating system. And folks, just like your finger, just like the cells of your finger heal themselves when you cut yourself, the cells of your liver heal themselves, the cells of your bones heal themselves, the cells of your digestive tract heal themselves. Everywhere you look in the human body, you have a healing system. So if you are dealing with some kind of degenerative disease, and remember, 1 out of 3 Americans has some kind of degenerative disease, if you're one of those 1 out of 3 Americans, something is wrong in the system. It is not the way the body is meant to be. And I would propose to you that the core of the problem is starvation, dehydration, suffocation, and toxification. That is lack of nutrients, lack of good clean water, lack of oxygen, and increases in toxicity. And all of this, by the way, is occurring at the cell level.
Wow, Ben. Well, I'll tell you what, you covered a lot right there. But backing up to the digestive tract, let's talk about that. Let's talk. Give us, you know, we don't have a whole lot of time, but give us a good thumbnail sketch of what somebody does to get their digestive tract working and functioning like it should be.
All right. First of all, if you have any kind of degenerative disease, just assume that you have a digestive issue. First thing is you want to be able to isolate what is causing the problem in terms of specific foods, and that's this food diary that I was talking about. Jot down everything you eat, and then next to it, jot down how you feel a couple hours, 2, 3, 4, 5 hours later, and it helps if you do a mono diet. Just eat one kind of food each day and see how you react. The most likely suspects are going to be grains, legumes, which covers peanuts and soy, and beans of all kinds, and eggs and dairy. Those are the most likely suspects, but it could be anything. I was just reading today how apple allergies are becoming common. So you could be allergic and you can have intolerances to anything. It's critical that you find out what you are having problems with and you eliminate those foods from your diet. That is, without a doubt, the #1 most important step that you can take. The second thing you can do, you want to reduce the load on your digestive tract. And there's several ways to do that. #1, use smoothies, use juices, use soups, grind up your foods, get yourself a Vitamix, blend your foods up, chop your foods up. Anything you could do to pre-process your foods before you eat them will improve the absorption of those foods. And then third of all, and this is just as important as the other two, you got to get yourself on a good nutritional supplement program that features nutrients for the digestive tract. Without a doubt, by far and away, the single most important nutrients for the digestive tract, and maybe the single most important nutrients of all, are what we call probiotics or good bacteria. These things are so powerful and so important. Now you see commercials for them on TV with Jamie Lee Curtis and all the nutrition manufacturers or vitamin manufacturers are getting in on it. They know how powerful probiotics are, but you're not going to get the quality stuff from Jamie Lee Curtis. If you use longevity products, we have a great one called Nightly Essence that's coming out here at the beginning of November. Whatever it is, get yourself on a probiotic supplement. If you do nothing else with supplementation, that's a supplement you need. And then there's digestive enzymes. Digestive enzymes are unspeakably important. You cannot process food without digestive enzymes, and many of us are dealing with digestive enzyme deficiencies. So get yourself on a good digestive enzyme supplement. And then in addition to the digestive enzymes, you need acid to activate these enzymes. And you know what, Richard? What's kind of ironic in the world of health, there's many ironies in the world of health, but one of the great ironies in the world of health is many people think that they have too much acid when most people are not producing enough stomach acid. If you don't produce enough stomach acid, it can lead to digestive distress for every part of the digestive system from the stomach on downward, including, by the way, the intestine where big problems arise. So swig on apple cider vinegar, use acidic fermented foods, things like a sauerkraut, pickles, anything that's fermented and acidic is going to help activate those enzymes and improve the digestive process. You know how many people have chronic heartburn, Richard? Chronic,
I know. You see those commercials for purple. I don't even watch TV, and I still somehow hear a commercial for purple pills, even though I don't watch TV.
Chronic heartburn.
Crazy.
Chronic heartburn is a classic manifestation of what we call in the business achlorhydria or hypochlorhydria, which means low stomach acid. Just swigging on apple cider vinegar can help a lot of folks with heartburn, and most people think that their heartburn is caused by too much acid, and that is absolutely false. There's so many places.
Ben, we're going to burn through this hour so fast, and I know you had so many other topics you wanted to hit. So let's just talk about the idea of nutrition being the non-toxic medicine.
Man, I'll tell you, I'm a pharmacist, and my job for the last 30 years, I haven't really practiced traditional pharmacy for a while, but what we study in pharmacy school is the toxicity of drugs, largely. We study some of the effects of drugs, of course, but to a large measure, we study the toxicity of drugs. And when I was in pharmacy school, I was so amazed to find out that these things that I thought were healing and that I thought were medicinal and I thought were somehow in our interest, I was so stunned to find out the toxicity that was associated with them, with these drugs. So I was so amazed, but by the time I graduated and by the time I went out to work, I wasn't surprised any longer. Do you know that the third or fourth or maybe fifth leading cause of death, depending on who you ask, is prescription drugs? And I'm not talking overdosing on prescription drugs. I'm talking taken as directed. Hundreds of thousands of people a year that we know of die from taking prescription drugs. On the other hand, you've got nutritional supplements, which are these kind and benign substances that not only are non-toxic, Richard, but they're actually deficiencies in these substances are the causes of the disease in the first place. And that's the most amazing thing to me. When at the point of death, when we die of a heart attack, when we die of cancer, when we die of whatever we die from, as long as it's not an accident or some kind of trauma, we are dying because at the point of death, some cell system, some tissue system that's made up of cells is starving. So we literally die from nutritional deficiencies. And when we talk about nutritional deficiencies having curative powers, it's somewhat misleading because it's not that they're cures. It's not like nutrition cures anything. It's just that it replaces the stuff that's supposed to be in there to keep the body working the way it's supposed to be working.
Right. It's just like you said earlier. You know, you cut your finger, and you can watch that miracle over the process of a few days, maybe a week, of your finger healing up, and that is just God's miracle that He's created to keep us healthy. Now we just need to listen and learn to go back to eating healthy, drinking healthy. Like
breathing,
you said now,
don't forget breathing. Breathing is so important. Understanding how to breathe correctly. No, I'm not kidding you,
Richard.
Talk
a little bit about breathing.
It is so vital. You know, all disease, one of the things I like to do on the bright side is I like to simplify things, right? Well, I'm going to simplify all disease for you right now. All disease is a manifestation of the body's stress response. What we call disease is the body's alert to us that we better get our act in order. The disease is our best friend because it's the way the body prevents us from dying. You understand what I'm saying? So when we have a disease, it's an alert, it's a call. And one of the most important ways that we can calm the body down and relax the body and tell the body that all is okay is by breathing. See, you can go without water for a week. You can go without food. I'm sorry, you go without water for 3 days. You can go without food for 30 days. But you can't go 3 minutes without oxygen. When you are deprived of oxygen even a little bit, Richard, an alert an emergency response is sent out from the adrenal glands, and immediately the body goes into major emergency mode. Now, this is very important. The next thing I'm going to say here, Richard, the body cannot heal, the body cannot grow, the body cannot repair to maximum efficiency unless it feels safe. Under conditions of emergency, under conditions of stress, under conditions of survival threat, all of the growth mechanisms, all of the repair mechanisms, all of the thrival mechanisms get tuned down in order for the body to meet what it perceives to be a survival threat. And there is no more important survival threat than deficiencies in oxygen. So something as simple as practicing deep breathing techniques can lower your blood pressure, can improve your immune health, can improve your digestive system, can improve your sex life, can improve your bowel movements, can improve your sleep, can reduce your anxiety, and can improve your mental clarity. Something as simple as deep breathing. And Richard, here's the most beautiful thing. It only takes a minute for you to notice the difference. And if anybody out there has hypertension, high blood pressure, do this test. Take your blood pressure and then practice diaphragmatic breathing. It'll take you 30 or 60 seconds. I can show you how to do that in a sec if you want. And then take your blood pressure again. And what you'll notice is your blood pressure will drop like a stone. And this exemplifies how easy it is to be healthy. We have been so misled by the medical model, by the medical community, by the medical priests and gurus and holy men who want us to throw up our arms and give up on our health and believe that we can do nothing about the health of our body. We have to go to the doctor. I get letters from people who have been terrified by their doctors to get off of their medication. I get letters from people who are terrified to not have their gallbladders removed or not have their female reproductive system removed because just in case the doctor says, oh my God, you might get cancer, you might have some kind of terrible disease if we don't take out your gallbladder, if we don't take out your uterus, if we don't remove your breast. There are women who are having their breasts removed prophylactically just in case because they're so terrified by the medical model. They're so terrified by the medical priest. Well, I'm here to tell you folks, after 30 years of practicing medicine, practicing pharmacy, after 30 years of observing how these strategies work in people's lives, I'm here to tell you, you do not need a doctor. The only time you need a doctor is if you get hit by a bus or you need major surgery. That's the only time. And by the way, while we're on this topic, Richard, the last thing anybody ever wants to have to deal with is managed care that we call Obamacare. And your best assurance of not having to deal with this coming managed care system, your best assurance of not having to deal with it is to get on a nutritional supplement program, watch out for the foods you eat, make sure you're drinking correctly, and by all means practice diaphragmatic breathing where your belly goes out on the inhale, your belly comes in on the exhale, and you breathe slowly in through the nose and powerfully exhale again through the nose.
Man, Ben, you're so dead on. Over the last decade or so, that's exactly what I've realized, that hey, if I want to have some health care, it's really on me. It's really on each of us individually to take charge of our own health care, because what's coming down the road evidently is just going to be selective care and see, the culling. They're going to decide who lives and who dies, who gets treated and who doesn't. But the bottom line is, if you don't take good care of yourself, you're screwed, basically.
Can you imagine a bureaucrat determining what kind of health care you can have? Are we going to be satisfied with that?
They're going to treat you like a lug nut being fastened on a wheel. They're just not going to care. They're going to treat you like yesterday's garbage being taken out to the dumpster is how they're going to do it. And Ben, you were talking a lot about the breathing issue alone, and I've heard you on your own show on brightsideben.com, on gcnlive.com. I've heard you talk about the breathing issue before, and that's got to be an epidemic right there. 80 or 90% of us are probably just shallow breathing, right?
Yes, exactly. And it gets down to this idea of stress and emergency. We are, and this is what the New World Order and the globalists want us scared. Because when we're scared, we don't heal, we don't grow, we don't repair, and scariest of all, when we're in fear and we're in survival mode, our brain shrinks, our frontal lobe shrinks. Our prefrontal cortex, the area where we become creative and we make good choices and we make good decisions, shrinks so that the back of the brain, the small part of the brain, the reptilian brain, the survival brain, will have the wherewithal to keep us alive. As long as our body and our brain think that we're in survival mode, as long as our body and our brain think are in fear mode and are taking care of our survival, we cannot be maximum performers. We cannot achieve our optimal level of health and wellness. And that's the ultimate. And breathing is the first thing that you can do to tell the body that all is well, even if you just do it one time.
And folks, what is that going to cost you? That's not going to cost you much to just practice some deep breathing, drinking some really good water, get you a ProPure water filter, make sure you got the fluoride out of the water. Ben, that's another topic that you wanted to touch on, was about the fluoride in the water and how that affects us. And also tie that in on how and why that iodine is such an important element and supplement that we need to have.
Let me tell you about fluoride. Fluoride almost singularly destroys this area of the brain that's called the pineal gland. And your pineal gland is the most incredible little structure in your body. The pineal gland basically regulates almost all consciousness through the manufacture of melatonin and serotonin. And fluoride almost singularly dumbs down the pineal gland. So that when we're drinking fluoridated water, when we're exposing ourselves to fluoride, this fluoride gets taken up by the pineal gland, and immediately our ability to produce melatonin and our ability to produce serotonin, the two most important consciousness neurotransmitters, becomes compromised. Then the second most important gland that fluoride affects, and by the way, fluoride affects all glands, The second, and glands produce hormones. That's what a gland is. The second important gland that fluoride destroys is the thyroid. How many folks do you know are dealing with hypothyroidism? It is an epidemic, and let me tell you something, Richard. All diseases come from thyroid disease first, because the thyroid regulates everything in the body. Every single cell in the body is regulated by the thyroid. And to put this kind of poison in a municipal water supply is so egregious, and it's so obnoxious, and it's such a slap in the face of anybody who understands anything about biochemistry and biology that there's got to be some evil, twisted MFs out there who are laughing about.
Ben, and there is, and you've probably done this search yourself, but I recommend folks go out there and just search the story of iodine, how iodine has literally been sucked out of just about everything we eat. We used to get it in our breads. We used to get it in a lot of different foods that we ate naturally. But I tell you what, it literally is a conspiracy that happened, I guess, around the 40s, 50s, and 60s, that they basically, the powers that be, saw to it that iodine has basically been completely removed from the American diet. It's really egregious.
Here's what they did, Richard, all right? Remember I talked about how they give you like just a little bit of smattering to keep you alive?
Right.
But they don't give you, right? They iodized the salt. They put the tiniest little bit of iodine in the salt just to keep you from getting a goiter. Because if you don't have any iodine, your thyroid gets huge because it's trying to suck up iodine, and that's called a goiter. You ever seen that where people have this big thing on their neck?
Absolutely, yes.
Right, so what they did is they put just a tiny, tiny smattering of iodine, just enough to keep people from getting goiters, but not enough to protect you from breast cancer, not enough to protect you from fluoride, not enough to take care of your adrenal glands and give you a solid, strong functioning thyroid, not enough to take care of the pineal gland, but just enough to get you going. They do the same thing.
And just enough on the label to make you think that you're getting enough.
Yes, yes.
You know, so it's like saying, oh man, just boom, use this iodized salt. That's all you need. Forget about the fact that that's also industrialized type salt, not the correct even type of salt that has a lot of minerals and health benefits to it, but instead it's industrial use salt with a little bit of iodine. It's probably not even the right kind of iodine, but I'll tell you, we have the right kind of iodine right here. We have the modifiling iodine that we have in the InfoWars store at InfoWars.com. And if you want some really good iodine to get on the way and on the road, this will make a difference. I've read so many things. It's like if you've got cold hands and cold feet, things like that are caused from lack of iodine.
Well, it's an overall nutritional deficiency thing. Here's the thing. We talk about the whole idea of survival and stress. Well, oxygen is very important for the survival response, but you know what else is nutrition. When the body doesn't get the nutrients it needs, once again, just like when it doesn't get the oxygen it needs, it goes into survival mode. And in survival mode, all of the things that we consider to be stressful or diseases or breakdowns, that is what happens when you're in survival mode. Joints don't repair. Bones become weaker, vasculature changes, and you get cold extremities as the blood gets shunted to the middle of your body. You don't think as clearly. In fact, if you want to have, I talked about this on my program this morning, if you want a laundry list of all of the things that go wrong in the body when the stress response kicks in, all you got to do is look at the side effects for a drug called prednisone. Now, if anybody's on prednisone, let me tell you about this stuff. Prednisone is a drug that duplicates the stress response in the body. It gives you the stress response. Prednisone is a drug that tells the body you're under stress. You say, well, why the heck would a doctor ever give me a drug that would cause a stress response? Isn't that a question you would ask yourself, Richard?
Oh, absolutely.
Right? Well, let me tell you the answer to that. The reason the medical model, and I hate ripping on individual doctors because there's some really nice guys out there who are doctors, but the medical model is stupidity of the highest degree. And the reason the medical model gives you this drug that duplicates the stress response, that shuts down your body's ability to heal and thrive and grow and repair, that shuts down your brain, that changes your vasculature, that changes the way your heart works, the reason they give you this drug that duplicates the stress response is because when you're under stress, your immune system shuts down. And doctors love to shut down the immune system because many of the diseases that we suffer from are caused by hyperactive immune systems, because our immune system is freaking out from the food that we're eating and the water that we're drinking. we
I'll
end
tell
up
you
with
what, you got to hand it to the powers that be, to the medical community of really establishing an insidious medical system where they take you, into sickness. They don't kill you right away. Right now, at some point, I think they're going to kill a lot of people really quick. But at this point, they like this slow kill because it's very, very profitable for a lot of people. Now, Ben, I know one thing you wanted to do is you want to try to take phone calls. And guys, I think we're going to try to take phone calls. The calling number for the call-in is 877-789-ALEX. 877-789-ALEX, A-L-E-X. Go ahead and call in with questions for Ben Fuchs, Pharmacist Ben. He'd love to answer your questions out there. I know there's a lot of folks. I'll tell you what, Ben, one thing that was really super exciting was back earlier this year around February, March time, Alex and some of the crew here went on the road and did events in Dallas and in Orlando. And one thing that happened at both of those events during the question and answer sessions that just blew me away is because you don't get to hear it enough. You're not out in public enough to hear it. But we literally, at both events, had people come up to the microphones during the Q&A sessions and saying that they got on InfoWarsTeam.com products, they got on InfoWarsHealth.com products, and got on the longevity products, the Healthy Start Packs, etc., the Beyond Tangy Tangerines, the Pollen Burst, the OsteoFX Plus, the EFA Plus. They got on these products, and they said it literally saved their lives or the lives of somebody close to them, a friend or family member. It was shocking to hear, but it's impressive, those testimonies that you hear on the road, that they're literally saying, Alex Jones, you saved my life. They personally credited Alex Jones by coming forth with these websites, InfoWars Team, InfoWarsHealth.com, and pointing people to these great longevity products, saying, Alex Jones, you helped save my life or some friend or family member of mine. And I got to believe, Ben, that in the situation you're in, you probably hear a lot more of that.
Let me tell you something. I hear about almost every day. I get one or two letters or Facebooks from people telling me about the Beyond Tangy Tangerine. Let me tell you something. I am a healthcare professional. I got a 5-year degree in pharmacy. I am not a salesperson. I'm not a product peddler. The only reason I talk about these nutritional supplements is because I have seen these things work. Not a dozen times, not 50 times, not 60 times. Over the last 14 years, that's how long I've been working with Dr. Wallach and his products. Over the last 14 years, I have seen these things work hundreds of times. And I couldn't live with myself if I did not share this with other people. Just something as simple as the Beyond Tangy Tangerine. It's not simple. It's a very elegant and beautifully formulated product. But it's so easy to do. It's so inexpensive. Even if you don't have a lot of money, even if you don't believe in nutritional supplementation, the fact that this stuff comes in a liquid format allows it to bypass all of the malabsorption issues that we talked about earlier. And most people who are nutritionally deficient are going to notice results rapidly. And by rapidly, I mean in one dose. And that's one of the most beautiful things about the human body. This is one of the greatest gifts that the divine force has given us. Check this out, Richard. The sicker and more nutritionally deficient we are, the faster our body will heal and recover and absorb those nutrients. The more deficient we are, the faster our body absorbs nutrients. The sicker we are, the faster the healing process begins. So that if you are deficient in the B complex, deficient in vitamin C, which most people are, once you get the B complex in your system, once you get vitamin C in your system, within seconds, that's how fast this stuff works. And it works in a completely non-toxic fashion. Now, you do need other things. Beyond Tangy Tangerine is not all you need, but the Beyond Tangy Tangerine is all you need to demonstrate to yourself and to your friends and to your family how powerful and how effective a nutritional supplement program can be, and how powerful and effective liquid nutrition can be. Yes.
Ben, it looks like we do have some callers on the line, and I don't know how to bring them up. Can y'all bring them up for me, guys? Okay, we got, looks like Timothy in Georgia. Hello, Timothy.
What's up, Timothy?
Are you there?
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Who do we have on the line?
Timothy from Georgia.
All right, Timothy. Come on with your question for Pharmacist Ben Fuchs, or if you have a question for me, I'll be glad to answer it as well.
Sure. I was interested, you were talking about the nutritional health and things, and talking about what does that have to do with Asperger's and autism?
Well, let's talk about Asperger's and autism. They're a little bit different. Asperger's is like a social anxiety disorder issue. Now, when it comes to mental health issues, it's a little bit different than just physical issues because there's always kind of emotional trauma behind things and mental trauma. That's not to say you can't do dramatic things with nutrition and nutritional supplementation. The brain uses lots of energy. That means it's burning through nutrients faster than any other system in the body, or as fast as any other system in the body. It's burning through oxygen the same way, and it's burning through sugar as fast or faster than any other system in the body. So if you are deficient in nutrients, your brain is going to be deficient in nutrients, and this can show up in all kinds of different ways. So for example, with Asperger's syndrome, which is a type of social anxiety, there are incredible nutritional supplements that help with anxiety. Niacin alone, vitamin B3. Google niacinamide or niacin and Asperger's syndrome. Niacin's tremendous for treating anxiety. In fact, one of the forefathers or one of the grandfathers of nutritional therapy, which is called orthomolecular medicine, was a guy named Dr. Abram Hoffer, and he wrote an entire book about how you could use niacin, simple vitamin B3, to treat anxiety, to treat schizophrenia, to treat autism as well. In fact, the 4 Ds of niacin deficiency, if you go to medical school, they'll tell you niacin deficiency is marked by the 4 Ds. The 4 Ds are diarrhea, dermatitis, dementia, and death. So simple niacin deficiency can cause digestive problems. It can cause problems with the brain, problems thinking. It can cause skin rashes, and ultimately simple niacin deficiency will cause death. So there's tremendous things you could do for anxiety using nutritional supplements. I would be getting on the Beyond Tangy Tangerine, the B complex, niacin. You could use something called GABA, G-A-B-A. You can use something called lithium orotate. You'll get a little bit of lithium in the Beyond Tangy Tangerine. All of these are wonderful for working with the brain. Magnesium is super important for brain health. You can use the Osteomag if you're using longevity products. Lots of things you could do for brain health issues, including autism and including Asperger's syndrome.
I had another question.
Sure.
We're into the survival and preparedness things, and I was asking you, what kind of items should we store for like a nutritional health and to keep our body healthy? I know there's a lot of things, but like what
powders. Look for powders. Again, that's where the Beyond Tangy comes in so well. Look for powders, things that will last a long time. You want to mineral drinks, things that last a really long time. Minerals will last a long time, and powders will last a long time.
And Ben, let me interrupt. One of the key things we need to do, and people like to talk about preparedness. I love talking about preparedness. And I wish I could do more preparedness myself. But the biggest thing you can do for preparedness is get healthy now. Yeah. Get healthy now.
That's right.
If the police state were really to come in, and let's just say we had the Mad Max scenario, one of the key things to survive is be as healthy as possible going into that.
That's right.
And like you said, have things like the Beyond Tangy Tangerine, have your eFoods Direct, your food storage, have the Life Straw, have your ProPure, have a good source of water somewhere, have your bug out encampment somewhere ready to go to. You can do so many things. Have your seeds. Everything. But the big thing that I think a lot of people ignore is that you better be healthy going into it, because that's one fear that I have is, for instance, I have dental problems I need to work on. It's like, hey, I just need to get my teeth fixed. That way, if tomorrow, hey, no dentists are available, maybe no gasoline's available, maybe no electricity's available, well, guess what? You're SOL on that. It's going to be a big trouble.
I'm telling you what. You know what else, Richard? Every time we drive by Taco Bell, we should be giving them the finger. You know what I'm saying? McDonald's, are you kidding me? McDonald's, if you're interested in survivalism, if you're interested in fighting the New World Order, McDonald's is not on the menu, and none of that stuff is on the menu, because you know what, Richard? That's how we are kept sick by the fast foods, processed foods, foods that are produced by people who don't care about you, by people who don't even like you probably. I'm telling you, what we eat is so darn important. And let me tell you something else, Richard. The less we eat, the better off we are. Obviously, you need to have a certain amount of food, but calorie restriction, eating less calories is the single most powerful tool we have at our disposal for our longevity. Every study that's ever been done on longevity shows that the less calories you ingest, as long as you're getting your nutrients, it's called calorie restriction with adequate nutrition, as long as you're getting your nutrition, the less calories you ingest, the better off you're going to be, the longer you're going to live, the quicker you're going to heal and grow and repair if you're sick. After we eat, Richard, do you know that an inflammatory immune response is initiated that shuts down the healing process temporarily until the body settles down? That's after every meal we eat. We have to pay close attention to the kind of foods we're eating, and we have to make sure that we're not eating as many calories and we're still getting the nutrients.
I'll tell you what, Ben, that's one thing I've definitely not adhered to as well, is I haven't gone into the calorie restriction, but I need to do that. Ben, we've lit up the lines with calls, so let's go on to the next call. We've got, looks like Marvin in Texas. Hello, Marvin. Can you hear us, and what's your question?
Hey, Ben. Hey, how you doing?
Greetings.
Hey, it's become so easy now for me to just, when I get into, I know a lot of doctors and everything, and it's just so easy to pull up links and destroy their theories or show them, they go, whoa, hey, that's great by you. But I ran into a problem with an eye doctor.
Okay.
And I was just wondering if there was a link I could go to find out about repairing your eyesight.
Oh, that's a good question. That's a great question. And let me tell you why I like that question, Marvin. Have you and I met before, Marvin?
Oh, you know who it is. Yes.
I think I do know who you are. Okay.
Yeah,
So
and I'll say her first name. Angela is the person I go through.
Good deal. Angela's awesome. All right, here's the deal. Whenever you have a part of the body that's breaking down, it's important that we don't focus on the part of the body that's breaking down as much as we focus on the fact that the body is breaking down. It doesn't matter where you're breaking down, it matters that you're breaking down. Now, it could break down anywhere, and it's almost like the luck of the draw. It's sort of like how a wall breaks. You know, how a wall comes tumbling down. A crack will appear on the left, a crack will appear on the right, a crack will appear in the middle, and eventually cracks will appear all over. Or it's kind of how glass cracks. It doesn't necessarily matter where it's cracking, it matters that it's cracking, and if you wait long enough, the whole thing is going to crack. So when you say there's a problem with the eyes, what you're really talking about is you're talking about inflammation in the muscles, you're talking about inflammation in the lens, you're talking about a sugar reaction perhaps in the cornea, you're talking about breakdown at the cell level, and it doesn't matter necessarily that it's the eye cells or the iris cells or the cornea cells or the retinal cells or the joint cells, or the liver cells or the thyroid cells. It matters that the body is breaking down, not where it's breaking down. So when you're dealing with an eye problem, you deal with it the same way you deal with eczema, you deal with it the same way you deal with liver disease, you deal with it the same way you deal with any health issue. That is by controlling, number one, inflammation, and that means by controlling what you put in your mouth, the kind of foods you're eating. Number two, stabilizing your blood sugar. That is eating more protein, eating less of the refined carbohydrates, the fast-burning carbohydrates, eliminating food allergies, making sure you're breathing correctly, making sure you're hydrating. And that's really the point. We get so misdirected. It's like a magician's trick where they show you something's happened on the left and they pick your pocket on the right. We get misdirected into thinking the problem is our eyes, or the problem is our thyroid, or the problem is our joints, or the problem is our liver, or the problem is our adrenal glands, or the problem is parts of the body, and it's not the parts of the body.
Ben, let me ask you a question. So, like say, for instance, with your eyes, basically everybody should be on a Healthy Start Pack, also known as the Alex Pack, available through InfoWarsTeam.com. That gives you the 90 for life, gives you the 90 minerals that you need to get your body basically healthy. But talk about how, like Doc Wallach talks about, how when it comes to your eyes, what is going to be some of the secret sauce
Here's the
that
secret
helps
sauce
for the Mighty 90?
You ready from the secret sauce?
Let's hear it.
I love the way you said that, the secret sauce. And I love talking about the eyes. I'll tell you why. Because I'm in the skin business. You know I'm in the skin business, right? That's how I generate most of my money. I formulate skincare products, and I help people with their skin. So when I tell people, I always tell people about how you can use nutrition for your skin, especially for the sun. You know how we get all this crap about how you got to stay out of the sun? That's another load of crap right there, how you got to stay out of the sun. So I tell people, look, here's a test for you. Go get yourself eye vitamins. All right, and I'll tell you what those are here in a minute. But you can get Vision FX or some kind of eye vitamin, and take it for a month, and then go out, or first lay out in the sun and see how fast you burn. People usually burn 5-10 minutes. Then you take the Vision FX, or you take some kind of eye vitamin for a month or so, and then lay out in the sun again. And you know what you're going to find? You're going to find that you don't burn anywhere near as rapidly as you did before you took those supplements, because the supplements that you're taking go through your digestive tract and go into your blood and get stored in your skin to protect you from the sun. Well, guess what, Richard? The same thing happens with the eyes. When you take these supplements that are specific for the eyes, they go through your digestive tract, they go in your blood, and they get stored in the eyes. And the eyes are subject to a lot of stress from the sun. Obviously, they're subject to light stress. So using antioxidant nutrients like selenium and vitamin A and zinc and vitamin C and vitamin E and herbs like bilberry and phytonutrients like astaxanthin and zeaxanthin. And by the way, all of these are in the Vision F. A lot of these are in the Vision FX, and most of them you'll get in the Mighty. You'll get all of them in the Mighty 90. If you start to take nutritional supplements for your eyes, not only will you notice that your eyesight is improving, not only will you notice that if you have macular degeneration, your macular degeneration is improving, but you'll also notice that your skin health is improving, and you'll notice that you have a better skin response to the sun as well.
Wow, Ben, and also, do we not probably abuse our eyes now more than ever? Now that, you know, we go out in the sun and all that, that's a natural thing going out there. That's the way God made us on that. But with the computer screens that we're constantly staring at, I mean, we're really, really working our eyes hard, aren't we?
Not only that, but when you artificial light is do you know the World Health Organization considers artificial light to be a probable carcinogen?
Wow.
So if you're staring at your computer screen, you're pounding yourself with these artificial with potential carcinogens. And by the way, the way it works is the light goes through your eyeballs, right? And it goes into your brain, and you literally, Richard, have a little structure in the middle of your head that has photoreceptors on it. It's literally a third eye in the middle of your head. You know what that's called? It's called your pineal gland, and that's that very same gland that we talked about earlier as being one of the major targets of deposition of fluoride. So not only are we messing up our circadian rhythms, our light and dark rhythms with fluoride, but we're doing it with artificial light and things like iPads and computer screens as well.
And Ben, I just got to say again, folks, you got to take charge of your own health. Don't wait for Obamacare. You can't really even count on health insurance. Recently, I was doing a study on that. They said that 70% of the people that go into bankruptcy due to health and medical related bills and issues like that, guess what? They had health insurance in the beginning of that spiral. The health insurance did not save them financially. One of the biggest financial risks that we all take is not taking charge and taking care of our health. All right, Ben, we're going to try to squeeze in another caller. Let's go to Mike here. Mike, are you on the line? Can we bring up Mike?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
All right, ask your question real quick. We're running out of time.
All right, I got two real quick questions. So when I was younger, you know, they thought I had Crohn's and I didn't, and they said I had osteopenia and all this stuff. So I ate horrible my whole younger life, just gluten all day. So I'm on the healthy digestion pack. I'm drinking good water. I'm off GMO. I'm off gluten. So it's been about a month so far, and I'm, you know, hoping that works out for me. Real quick, everyone in my family is super skinny. I weigh like 135 pounds, and I was reading an article on Natural News about how, you know, bodybuilding is actually bad for you. So what, first, is a good kind of workout thing for someone who just wants to, you know, have good stamina? I mean, is it jogging, running?
Here's what you do. All right, here's what you do.
Can I say one last thing real quick? I have a friend who has encephalitis. It's like a brain inflammation. He's kind of a bigger guy. He's been going to the doctor for like months, and he can't get any help. So if you have any advice on that too.
Absolutely, got both advice for both of you. First of all, I'm not sure. It doesn't sound like that doesn't sound right that Mike would be down on bodybuilding. Maybe he's down on competitive bodybuilding or something like that. The best way to build muscle is a combination of protein and essential fatty acids as nutrients. All your trace nutrients, the kind of stuff that you get in the Ultimate Daily and the Beyond Tangy Tangerine. And when you're lifting weights, but lifting weights in a very interesting way that should only take you maybe 10 minutes max, 3 or 4 days a week. You don't want to put a lot of stress on the system, but you want to put just enough stress on the system. And the best way to build muscle mass is to use what I call micro movements. And micro movements are when you do your repetitions super, 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 super slow. So if you're doing a curl, for example, it should take you maybe 30 seconds to do a complete curl up and 30 seconds to do the complete curl down. And if you do it like that, you should only be able to do 2 or 3 reps. 2 or 3 reps with each arm, maybe 2 or 3 days a week. And you do all your body parts that way. And you will rip up and bulk up fast. Now, if you do your supplements, you want to make sure you do your supplements when you come home from the gym, when you come home from a workout. And it wouldn't hurt you to get some aerobic training as well. I would be doing sprints maybe once or twice a week, do a 30-second sprint, and that's all it takes. And get yourself a rebounder, folks. If you can get a rebounder, it's a great way to move your lymphatic system and move toxins throughout the body. The lymphatic system is your drainage system for poisons, and it depends on muscular movement for pumping action to get that stuff out of your body. If you're not moving your body around, whether it's on a trampoline or it's whether doing quick sprints, your lymphatic system can get clogged up, and that can lead to almost every hideous disease you can think of.
Right, Ben, and sorry, go ahead.
Let me just say about this, at the end of a word on a medical term, means inflammation. Encephala means the head. That's a inflammation in the brain, an inflammation somewhere in the head, inside the skull. Any time there's inflammation, as long as it's not a bacterial inflammation, perhaps, I'm assuming it's not viral or bacterial, any time there is an inflammatory effect in the body, look to the digestive system. This is 80% of the inflammatory system starts off in the digestive system. The inflammatory system is the other side of the coin of the immune system. The immune system is your defense system. So anytime there's inflammation, that is a sign that the body is reacting to something that got inside it. Now, as long as it's not bacteria or viruses, chances are it's coming in through something this guy's eating, and that would be the first thing that I focus on. Look to digestive issues. I would, if I'm not a betting man, but I would bet the house if I was, that this guy's got some digestive distress that he knows.
I'll tell you, that's why we talked about it so much earlier, because I know that's a big issue. Let's try one more call real quick. I think we have Chris next. Hello, Chris.
How you doing?
All right.
What's up, Chris?
We're just about out of time. Go ahead.
I have a couple things here. One mainly for the pharmacist here, the doc. I'm a veteran, Iraqi, Afghan. I was actually in the First Force Recon. I took some shrapnel to my spine, and it tore up a bunch of my nerves in the back. And I've been dealing with a lot of morphine sulfate and trying to get my pain under control. Because when I come down off the morphine, I have serious pain in my legs and my lower back. But the morphine is also, it's tearing me up.
Yeah, it'll tear you up.
Me to be tired and everything. Yeah. And I was just wondering. There's two things I was wondering. I remember talking to you a while ago, and you had put me on this plan with Tangerine and a bunch of other stuff, but I can't really afford that. But the question I have for you is there any way I can get the VA to pay for treatment like that?
You know, I'll tell you what, buddy. What's your name? Tell me, Chris. Is this Chris?
I think it's Chris.
Hey, Chris, listen, if you shoot me an email, I'm going to send you out some Beyond Tangerine on me, okay? Send an email to ben@ksco.com and just tell me you're Chris from the Alex Jones Money Bomb and put your address there, and I'm going to send you out some BTT, okay, buddy?
Okay, what's it? Oh, I'm sorry, what'd you say?
It's Ben, B-E-N, ben@ksco.com, King, Sam, Charlie, Oscar.com. Make sure you say Chris from, and put your address on there.
Hey, Ben, that brings me to a question here. Is how did you first learn of Infowars.com? And tell me what you thought and where you are now with the odyssey that we're on here.
Let me tell you where I first started. I started listening to Alex back in the late 90s. He was on a station called Radio Liberty. And let me tell you something. When I heard that guy, like everybody, obviously, who first hears Alex, I was blown away. And I've been an Alex Jones fan ever since. Now, I didn't start getting onto Infowars until maybe 8 or 9 years ago. But Alex Jones' message, listen, I like to tell him, it's not that humble, but I like to think of myself as the Alex Jones of nutrition. I want to wake people up to the idea that we are being manipulated by nutritional and biochemical warfare. All right, and it is a kind of info war, but it's also a biochemical war, and it's a nutritional war. And so, to me, what I'm doing is what Alex is doing with the New World Order and with politics and with geopolitics, I'm doing with nutrition. So he's like a brother in arms is the way I look at it.
Well, Ben, that's great. I'll tell you what, you, Dr. Glidden, Doc Wallach, Dr. Corey Gold, are the four musketeers, the four Alex Jones of the health info war. It's magnificent that you guys are there. Folks, I tell you what, you, the listeners, you, the audience, are the reason that we're all here. All this great crew that I'm privileged to work with and that I'm privileged to be here at this microphone. It blows me away to think that I'm a part of another Money Bomb. I think this is the third Money Bomb I've been involved with, that I've had a little piece of it, a little segment of it. And I'm telling you, there's only one guy on the planet that could have put this together the way he did, and that's Alex Jones. And he's my boss. I love him, man. The guy, he's solid. I've been listening to him since 1997 or 98 when I first heard him on 98.9 FM JFK here in Austin. So, folks, go to the InfoWarsMoneyBomb.com, InfoWarsMoneyBomb.com, and donate till it hurts if you can. Like Alex says, if you can't afford it, just spread the word. Be an info warrior. Spread the word if you can't afford it. But if you can't afford it, if you do have the means, by all means, do this. And get healthy now. Prep up, get healthy. InfoWars team, InfoWars Health, Alex Pack.
All right, welcome back to the InfoWars Money Bomb. That is the Obama phone remix. You guys like that? This is the InfoWars Money Bomb. The number to call is 1-888-253-3139. Again, that's 1-888-253-3139. That website is InfoWarsMoneyBomb.com. And also be sure to check out the eBay auction. We have the great items on there, the sledgehammer, Alex's old microphone, the Obama T-shirts, the Obama Joker T-shirts. And also check out the InfoWars shop where we have many of our great items on sale, many things. And you can check out this shirt, Legalize Freedom. So definitely check that out. We are still playing that song. Yeah, just play the song, play the song. It's a good song. We'll get to these guys in 1 second. All right, okay, all right. Now, I'm joined in studio, as you just saw, by two of our great info warriors. We have Rob Jacobson and Russell Dowden. How you doing, guys?
Hey, how's it going, Jakari?
It's going good. So, you guys, I said, when we come in here, we're just going to do something off the cuff, off script. Well, we don't have scripts or teleprompters anyway, but pretty much nothing. We're just going to shoot the stuff for the next hour.
Chew the fat.
Chew the fat. Now, I told you guys I wasn't going to do any articles. I do have one article, just one that I want to get to. I saw this just a second ago. Headline, TSA fires tens of agents. I think that's something. I think that's a small victory in a start. In a sense. Okay, I'll read this. TSA on Friday proposed firing 25 of its employees and suspending 19 others for failing to properly screen checked luggage. The action comes as a result of a year-long investigation prompted by reports of theft in a New Jersey baggage room. So we see a lot of reports about these guys in the TSA that's stealing it. The guy said, I stole, steal $800,000 in 4 years or so?
Yeah. Now, one guy was caught red-handed with the iPad, which he was some kind of network broadcast investigation. Some channel did that and caught them red-handed, just stealing an iPad.
And then the guy blamed it on his wife.
Yeah.
He's like, my wife came to my job and stole this iPad. And he was a supervisor, I think.
Yeah, and it's like, well, we have videotape of you. And he's like, oh you do? All right.
Yeah.
It's caught red-handed.
Yeah. So with this in mind, let's talk about a little bit about the crew, because we get a lot of questions like, who's in the crew? What do you guys do there? And people had a chance to see the David Ortiz piece where we went around the office and we had a chance to meet the crew. So for people who don't know me, I guess I am fairly new here at InfoWars. My name is Jakari Jackson. I'm a reporter on the InfoWars Nightly News. Started, I guess, about 2-3 months ago now. And Levin Austin, winner of the InfoWars Reporter Contest. Many other great entries in that as well. And many of our other reporters came for that as well. That's my short introduction. We'll move on now to Rob Jacobson.
Thanks, Jakari. I'm Rob Jacobson. I have been here for since we did Martial Law was my first film. And I have been Alex's DVD video editor since Martial Law. I've done Martial Law. I've done Order of Death, and I helped Alex re-edit Bohemian Grove for that special disc that we did. Then we moved on to Terror Storm and Endgame. I've been involved in all those projects. And, of course, Obama Deception and Fall of the Republic. And it's been quite a roller coaster ride over here, and I wouldn't trade it for the world. And it's been an honor, and I can't. It's like living a novel over here, and it's unbelievable and surreal. And it is like what Alex is saying. Being around here doing this stuff, being active, which he showed me how to do, is really living life. I mean, time has flown by for me these last 6 years, 7 years. been like a big vacation, and I wouldn't trade a total adventure. I wouldn't trade it for the world.
And we'll talk about that 6 years of experience here in just a little bit. But Russ, tell us what you got.
Oh gosh, what are me? Russell Dowden, do the magazine here for Alex, and Alex and I were kind of old broadcast buddies. I used to do radio with GCN many years ago, Jakari.
Right.
Back in 2000, I kind of had a paranormal rock conspiracy show back in the old days. And anyway, I heard and got wind that Alex wanted to have a magazine. So after many years of publishing Weird Magazine, I reached out to him, said, "Hey, you still want to get that magazine going? Let's talk." He was like, "Oh yeah, come in, Russell. Let's talk about it." So, you know, all that time later, here we go, and we've got working on our third one that'll be out next week and a half from now, by the 1st of the month. So. A lot of fun to be in here with you guys. I've been watching the InfoWars team for a long time, and it's really cool to be in here and then host a show tonight and do one.
You did a great segment.
Yeah, it was.
You two guys did a great segment together.
It was fun.
It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of.
Now we have one more guy, one of our guys behind the scene. If you watch the InfoWars nightly news, you see us commonly refer to this guy, and you see me talk to him. Very unprofessional live on air. You see, who made that graphic? Who made that graphic? And we have many great graphics people here. Jacobson is one. Also, Darren McBreen, who will be joining us a little bit later. Melissa Melton, as well as doing her reports. She also makes graphics. But one of our favorite guys here, one of the guys we couldn't live without, Marcos Morales. Can you hear me in there, Marcos?
Hey, what's up, guys? You hear me in there?
Yeah.
Hey, they finally gave me a mic.
There he is. That's
on my show.
That's the mystery man who makes not all of our great graphics, but a lot of our great graphics. You guys always hear me say, "Oh, that's a great graphic, Marcos. That's a great graphic," and he does make great graphics. His work is real funny and it's political, and it's a great mix. So, is this your debut, Marcos?
This is this is not necessarily my debut. I went out and Alex threw me on the air when Darren and I went down to Georgia to talk to Chicken Man, or talk to find out about Chicken Man's story. And then we raised a bunch of flags at the city hall in Roswell, Georgia. And now they screen everybody that goes in. They put in scanners because of me and Darren just showing up with a camera to ask questions.
Yeah, you show up and ask questions, and a lot of things happen to you. Now, that's a good topic, Marcos. Now, I guess we can go into people's histories, and I definitely want to talk to Rob about your experience here at InfoWars. But I want to talk about a little bit of war stories. We just heard Marcos allude to the Chicken Man incident where he and Darren, man, I have the shiny head. I'm gonna have to put on a hat.
I can see myself in there.
I'm gonna put on my hat. I brought a hat because this is a common thing. Me and Dan, we shave our heads and we get the shiny head. So until Dew calls and tells me to take it off, I'll be wearing this hat. All right. So anyway, I want to tell some war stories, and I guess I'll start. In my short time here at InfoWars, I had a chance to go out to an RFID protest, and even though that wasn't my story, I was a cameraman there for that. And to me, that was the most impactful thing in my short professional journalism career, to go out there and interact with people, because so often we just do these stories. It's the idea of getting rid of fluoride, or it's the idea of people being knowledgeable about what vaccines can do to your kids. But with this RFID protest, I had a chance to go out there and actually meet people, the people who our stories affect, in the Hernandez family in San Antonio, Texas. I'm not sure if the Alex Jones Show, if InfoWars were the first people to carry their story, but we were definitely one of the earliest. And since then, they've gone on to publications such as the Huffington Post, and we're definitely happy to be a part of their early exposure. And also, on that same trip, myself and Melissa Melton had a chance to meet the NSA. So I guess we're official now.
Welcome to the club.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You have an NSA story, Russ.
Yeah. They called my cell phone once and didn't even leave a message. But they did call. I don't know if that was a spoof or what. But yeah, picked up the phone, called them back. National Security Agency, can I help you? I was like, the NSA, what's going on? Anyway, we had that show and that piece that Alex did a while back, but welcome to the club.
Welcome to the club, and as Russell was talking about, you can find that piece on prisonplanet.tv. Now, Jacobson, what do you got?
I mean, I have so many. It's just, let's pull up some more stories. It's just so many great stories come to mind. I've been on so many really adventures and trips with Alex. I can't. The one that pops into my mind always first, though, is when I went to New York with him, and it's in Truth Rising. Of course, we documented it. We were all there with our cameras.
Right.
We're marching down one of the streets. We're all, 9/11 is an inside job.
Right.
9/11 is, and it was right in front of the some kind of cop convention, and. You can see our cameras got swiped by these guys, drunk cops. Who knows what the event was?
Yeah.
We do have the Marines were there. That's on tape. I don't know what the significance of, but they were drunk and they were booing us and they were cops and we were just walking down that street and I'm like, whoa, this is an intense situation and fortunately, while it seemed like a powder keg, nothing went off, but it was an intense and high-energy situation. I really felt proud for the guys for keeping their gumption. 9/11 was an inside job, and I think it was the true spirit of the truth movement, At that point, I'll always remember that night, and it was very exciting, of course, and... and then there are other stories that come to mind.
Did you feel vulnerable when you were in New York City with all that?
I felt, I felt like the cops gave us an unusual kind of a presence there, I guess is the word, because if we would have, I felt that if I would have separated from the group, I might have been at the mercy, I'm sorry to say it, of the police. Like, obviously sometimes they conduct themselves a little bit more criminally than we need them to be. And I felt if I would have separated, there would have been perhaps, there was a point when the cops were all pushing us back and somebody smashed into me and so, everybody starts screaming. But when I was in the group, I kind of felt like the cops gave us this weird kind of, let's say, a respect that we're here, they know that we're here to protect our free speech, to air our concerns against the government. What we have observed that they have the crime that they have committed, the people sitting in the seats of power, that we have observed them abusing their seats of power or voicing it.
Yes.
And I felt like the cops kind of understood that at some level, even though they kept their arms crossed and they're looking at us.
Yeah, they had to keep the presence. Now, that particular trip, was that the one that you guys were on Geraldo, or is that a different trip?
What happened is that we saw Geraldo. Somebody noticed Geraldo on the big screen in Times Square, and was like, look, he's live right now. So since we were already all out there, it's like, well, why not just walk 3-4 blocks to wherever Fox News is broadcasting and go and check him out? And that he was right there. And again, we went from passing in front of that cops, all the cops doing that, right to Geraldo, where it just kept on going. Like the energy did not stop. And we have it all on Truth Rise, and we captured the whole scene. It was a great moment in my opinion, the truth movement. It was a great moment in my life, and
Now, did Alex get arrested that night?
Yeah. Yes, he got arrested. He got arrested.
Do you remember what the charge was?
The charge was
was it something about the bullhorn?
Yeah. And what happened is right after Geraldo, we all go marching to the police station, and the police get overwhelmed, of course, with phone calls. And in 1 hour, they let him go, of course.
Yeah.
He could have spent the entire weekend in prison or jail over there waiting for a trial. And, that's the power of the media. That's the power of, we wouldn't put up with it. We called up the police station. He got released. And there it goes. It was just a big joke to begin with.
The chants were free Alex Jones, Alex Jones. And eventually they let him go.
Yeah, we totally overwhelmed the police
station. Power of the press. Mm-hmm. Now, Russ, you... besides doing magazines, you also have experience in radio, from what I understand.
Yeah, I've dabbled in radio, if you guys can tell by now, I don't know. But yeah, I've produced probably 8 or 9 different talk shows over the last, say, 17, 16 years.
Okay.
So a lot of them were, associated to my having owned Weird Magazine. I owned Weird Magazine, so my radio gig was Weird Radio. So I was doing Weird Magazine, doing Weird Radio, and then had a lot of paranormal stuff. A lot of guests. Like I've had Phil Berg on before, but we'd also get into entertainment, and I'd had on Elvira and Cheech and Chong. Rock stars often would come on. maybe not Billy Corrigan, Smashing Pumpkins, but we certainly had the opportunity to interview Gore and some metal bands and things like that. So,
I've actually played shows with Gore, by the way. On a side note, I've played shows with Gore.
Marcos has played shows with Gore. Right on.
Actually, I almost got beat up by their drummer one time.
Let's hear this story, Marcos.
Let's had to interject. We're talking entertainment. That was one of my areas. I was opening up for Gore early on in my career
That's not Russell Dowden, by the way.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Yeah, fix that, Marcus.
I'm actually over here punching the show too, so getting excited and jumping in and forgetting stuff was up. But I actually was taking my stuff out of backstage and saw the drummer taking all of his equipment off. And I saw these big flaps of man flesh just fall down. And I went up and grabbed one because I was already celebrating. I was like, I'm playing with Gore. I grabbed one of them and I was like, good show, and shook it. And he hit me with a forearm. Boom! Wow. And I went flying over some cords. And that was my Gore experience there.
Cool. Now, I guess, to take the curtains off a little bit, people, always want to know, like, what are we interested in? And people know who watch the show. I'm obviously a gun right advocate and big comic book nerd. But Marco, since we were just talking about your experiences, why don't you tell us a little bit about, you have a band, right? We can't hear you.
Sorry, okay. I do. I have a band called The Dead Sea. Oh, taking the wrong button. See that? You're getting me confused.
I am. Getting you all excited.
Getting excited. I do, man. That was actually my first exposure to counterculture. I got into music because it was an easy way for me to express my ideas and frustrations with society.
Right.
I had to encompass my message in this appealing, piece of music to draw people in to listen to it, and then, hit them with the message like, hey, your world is screwed up and it's our fault because we're not paying attention.
Yeah.
And that was, was one of the appeals to it. Like, I could put these world messages in art that people would pay attention to and get my messages out there. And then when this job came along, I was like, you mean the message is blatant? I can talk like this in like direct terms?
Yeah.
Talk to people? Well, you guys do the talking. I'm just sort of like the one of the platforms you guys stand on with the graphics, but I get to use my skills for these blatant messages instead of trying to, swirl around in people's heads with art and like get them to subliminally come to terms with these messages.
Russ, go ahead.
Well, no, also to Marcus' credit, man, he does a fabulous job.
He really does.
Graphics back there. It's very, very impressive stuff that he does. No, just back to me, whatever. I've been in radio for a long time and media, worked in, newspaper, print, obviously in marketing. Met Alex actually in person at the old television station about 12 years ago, and I was involved in TV. I was actually training as a producer, Rob, to become a producer at the Access television station when Alex announced that that July stop the 9/11, stop the terrorist thing, like that, the pre-9/11 attack broadcast. I was actually in Sony DV300 training class back then in that summer of '01 when he made that infamous broadcast, Operation Stop the Terrorists, I believe was his famous broadcast. But print media, a little bit of TV, a lot of radio. It's been my background, and I've been a big fan of Alex's over the years. And just to be here, kind of hanging out with you guys, it's surreal for me. But here we are, kicking out the InfoWars magazine and doing a little MoneyBomb shout out. So just a lot of fun to be in here and actually talk in front of a microphone and hang out with you guys.
Yeah, and just before we go to break, I want to go to Jacobson, and we'll start with this question for you, Jacobson.
All right.
What was your awakening? We get that question a lot. Like, what was your moment where you said, hey, there's a glitch in the matrix?
Well, it's interesting because before I moved here, I grew up in New York, and I lived there until I was about 25, and then I decided to move here. And when I was there, I kind of had a sense that, because I was reading all sorts of books, like whatever I found on the street, and one of the books I found, as controversial as it is, it did actually open my mind. And just to mention the authors, Robert Anton Wilson wrote Cosmic Trigger, and and this was in '98. All right, so it's not like I was really, you know, I was still dabbling in books.
Yeah, you're trying to figure out what was going on.
Trying to figure out what's up, what's down. And actually, the message that I got from that book was, besides all the other messages in that book that I'm sure it's absolutely layered with, is an open mind is a working, functioning brain, is one of the messages. And that's the message I pulled from it. And I keep it to this day because, and it did make a lot of sense to me that the more you believe in something, the less you're going to accept of the truth, because if it's outside of your reality tunnel, you're not going to even see it.
Because you're in the paradigm.
You're in a paradigm of belief, and there could be something outside of your belief system that's real that you're not going to notice because you just don't believe it. So because of that, so then I moved to Austin, and one of the first, you know, I had like 3 bags with me, a blow-up mattress, and
I have a blow-up mattress.
Yeah, my sister actually bought me a TV set. Like, this will keep you company, you know. Yeah. And flipping through all the channels, the only channel that I actually landed on every single time was public access. And one of the guys on public access all the time before 9/11 was still Alex Jones.
Right.
And I'm, you know, in my apartment, and all of a sudden Alex is like, "Oh, look at this, water with fluoride for babies." And I was like, "What? That is true. Like, why are they putting fluoride in water for babies?" And it was right there on the label, and it just caught my attention, and I've never been able to turn away from that fascination. And then when 9/11 happened, I was working in Austin. We had an Austin Music Network, which was a city-funded music network. It was one of the only ones. It was very unique, and it was very interesting work there too. And I was working there while 9/11 happened. And I just remembered, like, that day, like, you know, like most other people, I was like, oh, my God, those, you know, the Arabs are crazy. What are they doing? We're only going to go over there and, you know, destroy them.
Yeah, they don't know who they're messing with.
They don't know who they're messing with. And then, literally, I remembered Alex within 30 or 40 minutes of that happening. I was like, wait a minute. Maybe this is what Alex was talking about all along. And from that point on, it was just like my mind was changed, just thinking of the show, thinking of the information that was here. Alex was giving us the information, InfoWars. And on that day, like, just based on everything I thought about at that point.
On 9/11?
On 9/11, I changed my mind right then and there. I was like, you know what? Maybe this isn't what they're saying. Like, my first impulse, of course, within an hour, but probably only an hour or so, I was like, well, that's crazy that they're doing. But then it occurred to me, everything that Alex was saying right then and there, it just piled in my mind. I was like, this is probably what Alex was talking about all along, you know? Right. And it was. And, you know, he called it before it happened.
Before it happened. That's a good point. Now, we got to go to our break. But you guys keep in mind that InfoWars Money Bomb is still ongoing, our 48-hour transmission. The phone number to donate is 1-888-253-3139. And you can also donate at InfoWarsMoneyBomb.com, the InfoWars shop, and the eBay auction. So stay tuned, and maybe we'll have another guest in here after the break. I don't know what's going to happen. We're teleprompter free, so stick around. You are watching the InfoWars Money Bomb, our 48-hour broadcast. The websites are InfoWarsMoneyBomb.com to donate. Also, check out the InfoWars shop. We have a lot of things on sale. Check out the T-shirts, DVDs. The Obama deception is $5. $5. Come on. You can wake so many people up with that. Many people have told me they've woken up because of the Obama deception. That's right. So definitely check that out. And also, the phone number to donate is 1-888-253-3139. Once again, that's 1-888-253-3139. Okay, we were playing musical chairs a little bit. We've come back, and now we have in studio Mr. Darren McBreen.
Ta-da!
Wow.
You couldn't keep me out of here.
We couldn't keep him out because you guys just saw the video about the L.A. riots. Darren McBreen was actually there. I had a chance to interview him about this. Well, I
drove past it.
He drove past it, okay. I had a chance to interview him about this on the InfoWars Nightly News. So just to finish up a few more thoughts, Darren, tell us what was going on in that footage.
Well, in that all kinds of things are going on in that footage. But let me tell you what happened. What I remember, I was coming back from the L.A. Civic Center that day. I was working out there. And, you know, every once in a while you'll be driving down the freeway, you might see a fire. You know, I just saw a fire. Okay, a building's on fire. No big deal.
Right.
You know, a couple miles later, there was another fire. And then another fire. I was like, oh my God, you know, what the hell's going on? Turned on the radio and I found out about the riots. And of course, I knew about the Rodney King trial, and then we'd found out that the police officers were, they were not guilty, and I was angry about that myself because Rodney, he got his butt kicked, man. And those guys deserved, some kind of penalty. So then the LA riots, that's how it started. And it was a weird, man. There was a weird aura in the air. People were driving, even for Los Angeles, just more erratically than normal.
Right.
And I got the hell out of there. But, luckily traffic wasn't too bad. Got home in, 20, 30 minutes or so, turned on the TV and watched the rest of it. I did go back the next day because I told you last time we talked that a friend of ours, my brother and I, she needed a ride. She lived in L.A., so we volunteered to escort her home. And he drove her car, and I followed. And we took her home without incident, but we did manage to check out some of the damage the next day. And it went on for 6 days. I mean, it went on and on and on. They eventually had to call in the National Guard, the 7th Infantry, and even the United States Marine Corps had to come in. 15,000 troops in total were called in to Los Angeles to restore order back then. That was 1992, yeah.
Now, we were brought up this topic of rioting because we hear these reports of Obama supporters. Actually, I have the article right here if you guys can get a doc cam. New threats to riot if Obama loses election. Despite the issue receiving national media attention, Obama supporters continue to threaten to riot if Mitt Romney wins the presidential election. Now, as we talked earlier, we saw numerous Twitter feeds, many people directly and indirectly threatening Mitt Romney and even in some cases Barack Obama, saying like, yeah, I'm going to get my rifle and I'm going to shoot Romney and Obama. And like we said, most of these just people, just popping off at the mouth. But like we talked about, if 1 out of 100 of these were real threats, I mean, these are serious threats, and they're also threats of riots.
Yeah, they might riot if Obama wins. I mean, you don't.
As a celebration.
Yeah, like the Lakers won a championship or something. You never know.
What's up? I mean, my point of view of all this is that a lot of guests came on the show already and talked about how the mainstream media is putting that option on the table for people, and it's a really sophisticated trick they play on the general population. Is what they're doing. They could say anything and put it on the table as long as it's all a coordinated thing and it seems real to somebody who is addicted to television. Their world is displaced into the television set. So when they suggest something like riot, it puts a lot of ideas into people's heads, even if you have like, don't riot, and you've all heard the thing about affirmations, all you have to do, you put a negative in front of the action word and all you really get is the action word. So don't riot is riot. That's what the mind picks up is the action. And
now, James, I heard you talk about something before about how to actually start a riot. You say you plant people in crowds?
Yeah, what happened is I read Jim Morrison's it was a biography by him, and
I read that too.
Yeah, by Danny Sugarman.
Okay.
And basically he talks about what Jim said, how he recalls Jim was talking about.
This isn't Jacobson, so guys don't be saying don't say that InfoWars is trying to start riots. This is in a book that he read.
This is a book about Jim Morrison, and this is his plan that he had when he was in UCLA to start a riot, and basically by placing, people in specific points in a crowd and in unison in a coordinated way, acting up. And he figured that there are like pressure points in crowds, just like there are pressure points in the human body and all that. So if you put specific people in certain spots of the crowd and you have them all act up at the same time, you could trigger a riot. And that was Jim Morrison's, experiment. And his friends allegedly in UCLA basically all chickened out at the last second. Like, I'm not going to do that,
But this reminds me of what the possibilities are. We could have an agent provocateur type of situation. Even if no one wants to riot, then they could say, look, let's say Obama loses the election, right? They could spread rumors that there's some kind of voter fraud.
Oh, not voter fraud.
Yeah, well, not in America.
Yeah.
Yeah. But and a lot of people would feel disenfranchised, and then an agent provocateur would perhaps start a riot here, start a riot there. And I'm telling you, man, it doesn't take long. These things could expand, and next thing you know, it's a whole nation of rioting going on. Because, you know, even in the L.A. riots, that was spreading nationwide. You know,
Oh, yeah.
If they had gone
Copycats.
there and stopped it, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
And you know what's even more scary is that, you know, it could spread nationwide, or they could really, if it's not spreading the way they want to, they can move their camera teams into these little isolated riots that they maybe started and it's not taking off they want, and show it to the people as if it's a major riot starting.
Oh, yeah.
And they can
Camera
misrepresent
tricks.
it to really urge people to get out there and start rioting. I mean,
They want an excuse to come in and have martial law and take over.
Definitely.
So this could be the big false flag.
The flag
attack.
that we've been hearing about, that they say on NBC,
Why not?
MSNBC, that Obama needs a false flag attack to reconnect with the American people.
Absolutely.
You know, we keep hearing about that.
I would just say this to everybody out there, whether you're a Romney supporter, Obama supporter, or info warrior like the rest of us, and you could see through the paradigm. But if you are going to go out and vote for Democrat or Republican, this is what I say. If you're not one of those people who are planning to go out and riot after the elections, and you happen to heard chatter of people who did, I would just urge everybody out there, if you've heard chatter of people like, if that happens, maybe I will, talk them out of it. Just talk them out of it. Say you're being tricked. They're very sophisticated individuals. Well, you don't have to say that.
Just say, man, that's stupid.
Don't do it. It's dumb. It's a bad idea. It's not going to get anybody anywhere. It's only going to hurt the people who are actually rioting. And that's the idea that you want to tell people. If you riot, you're going to hurt yourself. You're going to shoot yourself in the foot.
Just like I never understood these sports riots. Your team wins, and then you tear up your own city in celebration. That never made any sense to me. But now we'll get back to the topic we had before we went to break, and that was, what was your awakening? So if we can go now to Marcos. Marcos, what was your awakening? What was your moment of clarity?
I've actually had a few moments of clarity.
Well, give us the first one.
Well,
or the best one, whatever you think.
One of the first times I started questioning authority and questioning the people that are telling you what's good for you to do with your own life. I was a young kid. I was raised Catholic. And I'm not necessarily knocking the Catholic religion. I'm knocking these particular people that I ran into.
Right.
We were out with my family. My dad had just started a business and was just starting to make enough money to do something like go out to eat with the family. So we go to this nice restaurant, and while we're there, we run into 3 Catholic priests from around our town. It's a small town, so everybody knows everybody in the town.
Sounds like a joke almost. You walk in a restaurant and 3 Catholic priests are in there.
And it was like a Mandarin restaurant too. So 3 Catholic priests walk into a Mandarin restaurant. That's a good. Anyway, so we're at this like really fancy restaurant in my small town of Lubbock. There wasn't a whole lot of fancy restaurants at the time, so I was already a little flabbergasted because I knew all the stories of the Catholic priests, their vows of what's the vow? They're like poverty, vow of poverty, things like that. So I see these guys sharply dressed in a really nice restaurant, and my dad even offers to buy them dinner. He's like, hey, I'm gonna show off. I'm gonna buy the priest dinner. So they think I'm on the way out, and we're all leaving at the same time. And I see all 3 of these guys get into 3 separate nice cars, Lincolns, Cadillacs. And I know that I go to church every Sunday and see all the people giving money to these guys, and they're up there just preaching. They're telling these guys what to do, and they're preaching these these ways of like taking care of each other, and then they're scooping up this money, and then they were getting in these nice cars and driving off. And I was probably like 13, maybe 14, and I just really started questioning hard everybody who came at me with, prescribed ways of life. I started questioning everybody.
That's a good thing to have. Just I don't mean so much the questioning of authority, but questioning the official story. Even if you watch InfoWars, just don't take our word for it. When we show you an article, we show you a document on screen, go and read that document. If we give you these headlines for a reason, so you can read this Mitt Romney article I have right here on the desk. So I'll go next. My moment of clarity, I guess you would say, was I was in college, my first time I went to college, and I saw the movie Loose Change. and just some of the basic elements of the story of the official 9/11 story, such as Building 7 collapsing. If you guys, anybody who's familiar with the World Trade Center site, knows that buildings 4 and 5 were hit heavily by the damage of the 2 twin towers, and they had to be torn down, as opposed to Building 7, which was nicked and collapsed from an internal fire, and also the passport escaping the firebomb, and the engine that was found in the Pentagon not even being the engine from the plane they said hit the Pentagon. I mean, just real basic stuff. So, but I don't want to take up too much time. Darren McBreen, Your Awakening.
2001, 9/11, Road to Tyranny. Maybe it was 2002. I mean, Alex came out with that real quick, man. And before then, I was starting to get a sense that something wasn't right. I had been a conservative my whole life. Came from a family of law enforcement family and a military family. Most of my brothers were all military. We were all hardcore, conservatives. And I did not like Bush, man. I did not like Bush. There was something about George Bush that I just knew he was a phony. And they were just surprised, like, what, you want Al Gore? I said, well, I'll take Al Gore over George Bush. Yeah. So it was back in, I was still asleep, of course, but I was going to accept the lesser of two evils. And then when Bush won, I found out about a lot of voter fraud, and I tried to present it to my family members, and they didn't want to. They're just like, they didn't want to hear it. And then I started to investigate how that election went down. And just thought, wow, man. I mean, if we don't have free elections in this country, something's wrong. Oh, yeah. And then later, Greg Palast came out, and Greg Palast he was on the show yesterday. Start off the MoneyBomb. He was in the early morning hours with Alex. Greg Palast, excellent journalist, uncovered all kinds of voter fraud in that election. And then once I realized that, we got these diabolical voting systems, electronic voting systems. Once that. I came to the realization of that our votes don't count, then, where are we? That's when I really started to wake up. And then, what's funny is once you do wake up, that's when history lessons really begin. I mean, you become a student for life at that time because you have to relearn everything that you were taught. So I had to go back and take a look at the Gulf War I, which I supported, and then take a re-look at history. And I think, most everybody who awakens, they do the exact same thing.
That's exactly right, because so many people, and Jason, you can hop in here whenever you're ready, they have to go back and look at what was told to them. Just, 9/11, I never questioned the story until I just took the time to watch the Loose Change video. So, Rob Jacobson.
Well, I mean, I feel like, I've always questioned things, but it wasn't until like 9/11 happened, I got involved here at InfoWars that I really start going back and looking at history too. I mean, I really wasn't much of a history student in school. I really couldn't care less when I was in school. It was a really boring class to me. And now I've learned that probably deliberately boring to turn me off from ever wanting to go there at all. But coming here, I mean, I've learned how interesting history really is when presented in the real way. Like real history, real people, the real struggle, the actual globalists, to see what's going on behind the curtain opened my mind. And I did a lot of reading and a lot of research myself, and I got up to speed. Up till this point, of course, there's always a lifetime of learning left to do, and to think back when I was in high school and junior high school, how, distant I was from the information, and even how they were keeping me from the information and basically telling me their, cherry-picked version of history. Right. I kind of do feel betrayed by a system that, I grew up in, and this and that. You grow up and you think that everybody's okay, and even bad people have good things. It's generally going to be good. The bad people are going to be devoured by all the good in the system. And I kind of, all right, this is just the way it is, and I'm just not interested in it. And now I know that's not the way it is at all. It was a deliberate effort to, it was an indoctrination center.
That's exactly what it is, indoctrination, because these teachers, many of them, they have to read from these textbooks that they know are false because of their own experiences. But anyway, that's our time for this section of the InfoWars Money Bomb. I know, Darren, we want to do some more. But if you would like to donate to the InfoWars Money Bomb, which funds our operation here, you can donate at InfoWarsMoneyBomb.com. And also 1-888-253-3139. Again, that's 1-888-253-3139. Darren McBreen, Rob Jacobson, Marcos Morales, and I'm Jakari Jackson from the InfoWars Nightly News. And stay tuned for David Knight.
InfoWarriors Unite.